yoga class and the dinner reservation goes boom. You get into the all-new Nissan Murano, and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof, while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather-appointed seats are available features.
Working hard is worth it if you're seeing results. And when it comes to working out, the same thing is true. You want the maximum benefit in the time you have, and that's exactly what Tonal is built for. And with their latest iteration, Tonal 2, you can ensure your workout is more tailored and effective than ever. Tonal's at-home strength training system uses adaptive weight to learn from your movement and set the optimal weight for every move, adjusting in 1-pound increments up to 250 pounds, challenging even the most advanced users to push their limits. You can also experience a full-body burn with the new Arrowhead workouts, the perfect blend of heart-pumping cardio and strength. Plus, the new built-in Smart View leverages a high-resolution camera that lets you see yourself during your workout, analyzes your movement, and provides real-time coaching, just like a personal trainer. Right now, Tonal is offering our listeners $200 off your Tonal purchase with promo code TONAL200. That's Tonal.com and use promo code TONAL200 for $200 off your purchase. That's Tonal.com, promo code TONAL200 for $200 off.
WMAL traffic and weather. Here is Jamie Whitten in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
66, no lake problems. 395 thinning out as you head northbound toward Duke Street. Just some of the volume delay remaining across the inbound 14th Street Bridge. Westbound Freeway 695 crashes reported after the 3rd Street time. Looking at that hefty delay coming off the inbound 11th Street Bridge. Inbound over the Douglas Bridge, a solid lineup heading past Nationals Park with lanes open. Baltimore Washington Parkway, the crash is cleared northbound in Laurel before 197. Those delays are easing. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
It stays cold today with temperatures into the upper 20s, low 30s this afternoon, and wind chill values around 25. Don't be surprised if you see a few snowflakes flying today. And tomorrow may get a few scattered snow showers before 1 o'clock. We may get an inch out of that, especially south of I-66. I'm 7 News Meteorologist Evans at the First Alert Weather Center.
Right now it is 21 at Reagan National. I'm John Matthews. News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app. Chris Plant.
What he does is he takes it, and with his 100 geniuses, he's got some very brilliant young people working for him that dress much worse than him, actually. Yeah. They dress in just T-shirts. You wouldn't know they have 180 IQ.
Hey, you wouldn't know they have 180 IQ. They just wear T-shirts and stuff. They dress even worse than the richest man on the face of the earth. What are we supposed to do about that? Because it's true, the richest man on the face of the earth does dress like he works behind the counter somewhere. But I guess he does all right. Don't worry about him. He's doing just fine. And a very merry Wednesday to you all. It's Hump Day. Hump Day in the Clinton household. And that ought to mean that it's Mailbag Day here at the Chris Plank Show as well. I've been screwing that up a lot lately, though, I've got to say. I was texting with Kevin last night, who's helping us on that, and I keep the news is so overwhelming these days that I come in prepared to do 3 hours of radio, and then it's a Mailbag Day. I have to get to Mailbag, and then while we're on the air for 3 hours, another 2 hours of news comes in over the transom, and I'm just treading water, trying to keep up with all the madness that the Democrat Party is hurling at us. And last night, a lot of stuff happening last night, and yesterday too. President Trump at Mar-a-Lago speaking to the press until the press is exhausted, and then Trump moves on to his next episode. And boy, he's got about 10 episodes a day. He's the opposite of Joe Biden in every imaginable way. Remarkable stuff. Remember when Joe Biden said he was going to take Donald Trump out behind the barn? Is that what he said, the barn? Behind the gym or something? And That's a little weird, the gym. And he's going to, like he was going to beat him up or something. My grandmother would beat up Joe Biden, but never mind that. And Donald Trump would throw him off a rooftop like it's the Gaza, something like that. So welcome back. We have a great many things going on. President Trump is Secretary of State meeting with his Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov, who has been around for a long, long time, since the days of the Soviet Union. He's a bad guy. He carries a straight razor in his shoe. He's that kind of Soviet. And speaking of throwing people off of rooftops, that's their foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov. And the talk's going on. It's the first stage where it's the ministerial level, where their foreign minister and our Secretary of State, they sit down and they talk, and they set the table and arrange for the meeting with the principals, as they call them. That'd be Vlad the Impaler Putin, the communist murderer. That'd be Donald Trump, and then presumably Volodymyr Zelensky at some point too. But the news media is starting fires all over the place because they want nuclear war, civil war and nuclear war. They're torn. They think maybe they can achieve both. The news media, they're not on the side of civilization because they're the left, and their political agenda is first and foremost, the political agenda. And third or fourth, there's conveying information accurately. Doesn't happen very often. Remarkable stuff. But President Trump, his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, sitting down with Sergei Lavrov, trying to get the ball rolling on peace talks to end the war in Europe, with Russia and Ukraine. And the Democrats and the media, but I repeat myself, are throwing rocks through windows about all this. And for his part, Volodymyr Zelensky is being a pain in the rump as well. And he's going, well, why am I not there? Sit down and shut up. Just sit over there and count your billions. Good. Where's your yacht? Where's your private plane? How about all your friends? Your house in Switzerland, where is that? Let us know about that and get back to me later. And what have you been doing? And by the way, Volodymyr Zelensky was with the senior Trump administration leadership at the Munich Security Conference about a week ago, spent all the time in the world there. But right now, this is the peace talks going on, what they always called during the good old Cold War days, which were better, the ministerial level. Their foreign minister, the killer Sergei Lavrov, old-time Soviet communist, ruthless, cutthroat, and a very capable diplomat, too, representing the interests of his country, Russia, which would kill your dog just to, steal its collar. But that's another thing for another day. And Volodymyr Zelensky, why am I not at the table? Well, because we've got a Secretary of State and a foreign minister, and you're the president of a beeple country that's at war. Just sit down and be grateful that anybody's talking about you at all. You'll be invited when it's appropriate, because he'll be at the table when you've got Putin and Trump and then Volodymyr Zelensky, who is definitely not the lead dog in this whole thing. But we've got that going on. And for a nice change of pace, there are actually talks going on at a table having to do with peace in Europe and stopping war in Europe. Not something the Democrats even thought of. Joe Biden didn't lift a finger. Not sure if he's capable of lifting a finger at this point. But remarkable stuff. And the media is very angry with Trump, right? Because they don't want peace talks. They want the military-industrial complex to prosper. And that's our media, because they're not liberals. They're the left. And the left, biggest bunch of murderers, warmongers in the history of the world. But setting that aside. Also, the savages in the Gaza. We're going to release more hostages. Did I mention that a bunch of them are dead? Because we're going to drag the bodies out and give them back to you. And this is, why we have drones with air-to-ground missiles on them to kill these savages. But the savages still holding hostages and acting like they're generous and gracious. And the New York Times agrees. They're going to release hostages. Aren't they nice? The New York Times wants to date them, wants to take them to Martha's Vineyard and spend a long weekend at Gayhead. I think they changed the name of Gayhead, an actual town on Martha's Vineyard, Gayhead. I think they changed the name of it to a Native American town because, well, we'll leave that one alone for now. So we've got that going on. Also, the Democrats, we've got Governor Kathy Hochul in New York. Why does she have that job as governor? It's because Gropey McGropeface, Mr. McGroper, the former governor, Andrew Cuomo, had sexually assaulted so many women that he was forced to step down. And he said, hey, I'll pick my replacement, and it'll be this Democrat hack, Kathy Hochul. And Kathy Hochul today is looking at firing. The governor of New York has the authority to fire any mayor in New York, apparently. And she's talking about firing the mayor of New York City, our most populous city. And he was elected by the people. They're undemocratic. They're anti-democratic. They had to destroy democracy in order to save it because Sieg Heil Democrat Party. Oh, speaking of which, I got an update on that too, because they are the Sieg Heil Democrat Party. But Kathy Hochul talking about going to New York City to fire the mayor there. The mayor had, 4 deputy mayors resign on him. 4 deputy mayors in New York resigned on him. And now they're going to work for Communist China or something like that. And they have this cop-hating racist that they're talking about making the mayor of New York if the undemocratic governor, who was undemocratically installed as governor of New York, comes down and undemocratically fires.
Oh, you fucking cocksuckers.
Just mainstream Democrat Jew haters, which they've made very fashionable. And there was plenty of violence in Brooklyn with they went to it is one of the largest Orthodox Jewish communities in the world. There aren't that many because the Socialist Workers' Party of Adolf Hitler murdered so many Jews that a lot of the Orthodox Jewish communities around the world were exterminated. It's called the Holocaust. And the Socialist Workers' Party, they did some of their best work there, I guess. And now the Democrat Party has picked up the mantle. They've taken the torch, as it were, and passed the baton. But you know what they do with the baton? You don't even want to know. And amazing stuff. So the violent mob attacked the Jews, Orthodox Jews, in an Orthodox Jewish neighborhood in Brooklyn, New York last night. And Kathy Hochul, she's having an emergency meeting. The governor, the Democrat governor of New York, she's having an emergency meeting today to ask people whether she should remove the mayor of New York City. But no emergency meeting about the genocidal Jewish Kristallnacht event in Brooklyn, New York last night, because she doesn't care. That's the only thing you can conclude from that, because they're the left. And Adolf Hitler, I know, extreme right-winger, who called himself the Socialist Workers' Party of Germany. But pay no attention to that. They're amazing. And and they're using the Russian playbook again, aren't they? We've even got somebody else talked about that last night. The Democrats using the Russian playbook. They use it all the time. They accuse you of doing whatever they're doing. That's the Russian playbook, and that's the left. They're not liberals. They're the left, and they're an appalling, grotesque political organization. They call themselves the Democratic Party. They're very undemocratic. And they certainly don't want you looking into waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government and the trillions and trillions of dollars that nobody's tracking, that they can't account for. And if you want to just peek under the hood and say, hey, where are these trillions of dollars going? They will wage jihad against you. They'll do everything they can to stop you from even looking at where the government money is going. And that government money is our money. That's taxpayer money. And the Democrat Party is planning on stealing it and putting it to good use, buying lake houses and boats and airplanes and, buying lots of crack for their kids and their hookers, because they're the Democrat Party. Speaking of Hunter Biden and all of that, just amazing. Also, we have this anti-Trump Judge Chutkan. It's not a very good name. Chutkan. Judge Chutkan yesterday rejected a call from Democratic attorneys general across the country, state attorneys general, for a temporary restraining order. They wanted to block the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk and his underlings, from having access to enter any federal data. Never mind that they represent the federal government and the White House and the President of the United States. The left is planning on using lawfare. So they got this radical judge and said, well, she always goes with the Democrat Party. So she will obstruct justice, like all good Democrats in positions of authority do. And it turned out they didn't get what they paid for. It's got to be very, very upsetting to them, I think, because that's what they pay them off for. That's not what they pay them for. It's what they pay them off for. And Judge Chutkan, appointed by Barack Obama, actually made the correct legal decision. Said, no, the President of the United States does have the authority to look at federal computers, shocking as that may be. And his representatives, therefore, have the legal authority to look at government computers, you gang of communist hacks. So Judge Chutkan rejects a call from Democratic. This is the CNN headline, no less. They're all Democrats. They're all obstructionists. They should probably all be arrested and put in a gulag. Democratic AGs for temporary restraining order, a TRO, I like to call it a TRO, order blocking Doja's access to federal data. The Democrats trying to block, why would they go to court and get a Barack Obama judge in the hope that the court would stop Elon Musk and his people, a special government employee working directly for the President of the United States, the richest man in the world, one of the most successful people in the history of the world, an innovator and inventor, the just a Renaissance genius of our time, and they're doing everything
In the executive order, he could have saved himself a lot of trouble. You're absolutely right. I'm going to see if we can't get you.
My internet went off.
We could clarify things before they put out memos.
This is the Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
WMAL traffic from the Hayden Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center, Virginia, 95 northbound into Newington. Still a bit slow, but the crash has been cleared to the shoulder. All your travel lanes open. 270 cleared out between Frederick and Rockville. The southbound delays begin on the spur, and that takes you heavy past River Road to the American Legion Bridge. Beltway Outer Loop slows out of Bethesda. Out of Chevrolet, 50 and the Baltimore-Washington Parkway have cleared out, but it's 295 southbound, still below speed to get you past East Capitol Street. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Mostly cloudy today with a high of 30. Cloudy and cold tonight with snow showers or flurries possible. Low 20.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
The Bigger Pockets Podcast Network is your home. Get it? Trying to keep it for real estate investing.
We're talking house. Real estate makes you money in so many ways.
You can buy a $1 million house.
There are 4 cities that you can live in for free in 2025. Get real talk from real estate pros about investing strategies that work.
Rich people giving away their secrets, like how they actually make money.
This is my house. This is my house.
I know.
Bigger Pocket. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Every time I feel my baby kick, I sing. You don't understand. I never sing. I'm not good at singing. I'm the only person I know who's been booed off a karaoke stage. But that was before I was pregnant. Today, I'm a singer with a captive audience of one.
And it's below freezing. Way below freezing, like sub-zero, -8 degrees. Fucking winter. My winter internet went off. What the fuck the problem is?
My biggest fear wasn't death. My biggest fear was nobody will remember me.
Still on my coffee. I haven't even lit this joint yet.
All the death, I think they were about to die. His house. All of a sudden, I'm saying, what is really important? Let us reveal the truth of ourselves. And it's
The Sean Ryan Show. Follow and listen on your favorite platform. Clarity and context for complex work.
Be more specific than ever before.
News Talk 105.9. Making sense of the news.
Let's see. Something different for dinner. Searching restaurants near me.
Right here, ma'am. How can we help?
Gee, same old, same old.
Wait, we're right here. Ma'am, our restaurant's just a few blocks from you. Why is she not seeing us?
Back to the usual, I guess.
Ma'am, can you not see us?
Nope, they can't see you because you're buried deep in the list of local restaurants. You are invisible online. Introducing Cumulus Boost. Get a boost, get found, get on the map. Learn more at cumulusboost.com.
Bright Focus Foundation's Alzheimer's Disease Research Program is paving the way for a cure. Learn about symptoms, diagnosis, and breakthrough research at brightfocus.org or call us at 1-855-345-6237 for free resources.
Happy kids heal faster. That's why Starlight Children's Foundation delivers happiness through gaming, toy deliveries, and more to hospitals across the country. Learn more at starlight.org.
While serving in Iraq, our vehicle was hit. They didn't think I was going to make it. I'm Latoya Lucas, and I'm a veteran. I had to learn to live with the scars, both visible and invisible.
EAV helps veterans like Latoya get the benefits they've earned. They help more than 1 million veterans every year.
My victory is overcoming my wound so I can help other veterans.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org. Why did I wait so long to see a retina specialist?
Retinal disease can steal your eyesight, but it doesn't have to. Patients who seek care from a retina specialist have the best chance of preventing vision loss due to age-related macular degeneration or diabetic retinopathy. AMD symptoms to look out for are distortion or warping of straight lines, as well as blurred or loss of central vision. Patients with diabetic retinopathy should seek treatment if they notice the appearance of spots or floaters or blurred and distorted vision. Visit seeforalifetime.org.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
We've been talking about Ken, and I'm sorry, Ken. I wish we had had more time. It was one of those block out things that I didn't have the option of going long. But Ken from South Carolina, just great on President Trump renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And great, I pulled up my Google Earth, which I'm in the habit of doing multiple times a day.
It warmed up.
It says Gulf of America, by the way, and that has
It warmed up.
Democrats curious too, because it's just one of their many mental illnesses. It genuinely is. But if you look at the map of the world, it's worth noting, I think, that in the Western Hemisphere, as Ken said, you have the Americas, and you might refer to North America, the continent on which the United States resides, and South America, where a great many countries, and I've visited a great many of them too, not all of them, but a great many of them in South America. And it's a very nice continent, and it's called South America. Then you get through Central America. It's not Central Mexico, is it? No, it's not. Is it South Mexico, Michael? No, it's South America. It's named for Amerigo Vespucci. And Ken made great points. So you've got North America with Canada and the United States and Mexico, and Central America. It's called America as North America, not North Mexico. Central America, not Central Mexico. There is a Central Mexico, but that's not Tegucigalpa, Nicaragua, Guatemala. They all love to break into a Spanish accent. Liberals do when they start using words like Costa Rica. They do things like that. Panama, but it's true. The Gulf resides. It's North America. We wrap around it. Mexico is part of it, but how much more than Florida? What? Amazing. So I love that. And who got their name first, America or Mexico? Come on, Cortez, 1507, all that good stuff. Wonderful. Ken was great. I'm going to take with me what Ken shared, and I'm gonna use that at dinner tables and over beers and stuff. These are the Americas, not the Mexicos. Am I right? Is Ken right? Ken is right. Of course he's right. So that was great stuff. Another brilliant listener calling in from South Carolina. Ken, doing a great job. Wonderful stuff. I picked up stuff from that. I'm going to use that, Ken, starting in a minute. I just did it now too. Now the Democrat Party again, completely berserkazoid. One of the stories that I wanted to share with you, because they're just wackadoodle-doo, aren't they? And I did this story. I made a passing mention, I think, on the radio show yesterday, and I know that we talked about it on Newsmax last night too. But you see, the Democrats completely nuts. The Democrats like to use our money, and this is why they don't want you looking into where the money is going. One more reason they don't want you looking into where the money is going. But the Democrats have spent millions and millions of our taxpayer dollars on transgender animal experimentation. What is it with them and transgender lunacy? This is a disorder that they have. And it's time we started saying it out loud. This is a disorder that the Democrat Party has been afflicted with. And the House Oversight Committee, I've got it off of Just the News, John Solomon's great site. Just the News, House Oversight. That's the House of Representatives, the Oversight Committee looking for government waste, fraud, and abuse. House Oversight finds $241 million. Now, how much does the average taxpayer over the course of a lifetime pay into the coffers of the federal government in taxes and income taxes and other taxes over the course of your whole lifetime? And so how many Americans who have jobs and go to work and pay federal taxes, how many Americans would it take to spend their whole lifetime, all of these many, I would think thousands and thousands of Americans will spend their entire life paying into the federal coffers.
It come to your fucking panel? You ain't got no fucking panel.
Congress can fork over $240
you
million
punk.
to spend it on
You and JT and Gotti ain't got shit on me.
Animals.
Fuck you.
Now, what are they doing with these transgender animals? Is this a matter of sexual desire?
I can only improve at this. You guys are already up there, showing your little fucking shit. You got people's pictures. You take screenshots. Hey, you want another one? Yeah, I'll give you a double fucking barrel.
In taxpayer funds,
fucking losers.
Used to study.
You're a chicken shit, Gotti, because you block me.
And treatments on
you too, Rusty, blocking me.
And they're torturing animals too. Are they beagles? Because
as you watch every fucking move I make.
Beagles.
Well, I see everything you guys do too.
Little puppies.
Fuck you.
Until Fauci gets a hold of them.
And then there's Wiggin.
Representative Crane says that the committee also discovered Dr. Anthony Fauci, the former director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, not a good name for an organization, authorized 95% of these transgender animal experiments. What is more disturbing than that, I think, is that somebody else authorized the other 5%. So how many people do you have lined up to spending money on transgender experiments on animals? You people need help and possibly legal charges against you for burning piles of taxpayer dollars for your ridiculous mental they have these programs and they're all over the place. In Guatemala, we're spending money on transgender. In Pakistan, we're spending money on transgender. And it's 100% because the Democrat Party has very serious sexual issues. They genuinely do. I can't feel sorry for them because right now I'm just feeling a little bit of contempt for them because they're stealing the treasury blind, robbing it blind. Amazing stuff. Speaking of transgender Democrats, here is an amazing story out of the Baltimore Banner, because the Washington Post doesn't cover the news. 3 members of a violent cult-like Zizian group. These are it's a transgender death cult. These are people, not animals, although they behave as animals behave. 3 members of violent cult-like Zizian group arrested in Western Maryland. And they've got it's a Baltimore Banner, the paper here. And I've mentioned to you before the Zizians that the FBI has been looking for because these Democrats are demented. They dress up like ladies and they murder people. The group is linked to several killings, including the recent murder of a Border Patrol agent in Vermont near the Canadian border. A widespread search for 3 Zizians. That's Zizian. That's what a Zizian is. And members of a cult-like group connected to at least 6 deaths across the country. Those would be murders, each of the deaths. Came to an end Sunday in Western Maryland. Western Maryland. It's so nice and peaceful out there. Amazing stuff. Ziz. That's one of the cult leaders goes by Ziz. That's why they're Zizians, Z-I-Z. Also known as Jack LaSoda. He's got a regular name. Is the Zizians' mysterious leader. Honestly, you people, what about like the Proud Boys and white supremacists and all this amazing stuff? Jack LaSoda, known as the Zizians' mysterious leader, was arrested by the Maryland State Police Sunday evening alongside Michelle Zatko, right? Z-A-J-K-O, Eastern European, and Daniel Blank, authorities said. The three of them, they're Zizians. They're arrested in the 1,000 block of Piney Mountain Road in Frostburg. I've been to Frostburg. It's beautiful. LaSoda and Zisco are charged with firearm and trespassing offenses. Blank faces a trespassing charge, no firearms for him. All three are charged with obstructing authorities and are being held in the Allegheny County Jail. Further details about the Maryland charges against LaSoda, who uses she, her pronouns. He is a man, uses she, her pronouns. Zatko and Blank were not readily available on Monday. The more details, that is. The Maryland State Police said only the agency was working with federal authorities. You got to look out for them, too. And the local prosecutor's office, neither the Allegheny County State Attorney's Office nor the FBI or U.S. Border Patrol returned a request for comment. Courts and many government agencies were closed in observance of President's Day, so they're having trouble on Monday reporting on the story. But wait a minute, they're looking at U.S. Border Patrol. So we're talking about illegal alien transgender people. Is that what we got here? An offshoot of a Berkeley, California area nationalist movement, naturally. The Zizians have a fairly complex set of beliefs because of all the mental illnesses and everything. They seek to understand human cognition. They are anarchists and radical vegans. What is a radical vegan? Anyway, when they smear the vegans all over their body, what are they? LaSoda, a former computer programmer, somebody taught him to code. Maybe he used to work on a pipeline or something. Believes that the two hemispheres of the human brain can operate separately from one another. That's important. With one side holding different beliefs, that means he's schizophrenic and existing as a different gender than the other side. See, the Associated Press reporting that they believe that your left brain can be female and your right brain male, and then you are a train wreck of a human being and your family disowns you. As leader of the Zizians, LaSoda tended to target what he called smart, mostly autistic-ish trans women, meaning men who are completely screwed up, who are extremely vulnerable and isolated. Don't they all? That's what Charles Manson did too, I think. For recruitment, he's looking to recruit mostly autistic-ish trans women who are extremely vulnerable and isolated. That's a San Francisco Chronicle reporting on it and quoting LaSoda, who's also Ziz. Zizian group has been linked to killings across the country, and LaSoda and Zatko appear to be at the center of the cases, though the exact role of LaSoda, who faked his death in 2022, is unclear. That's kind of weird because Michael Piercy faked his death in 2022 also, but he came back in about 10 minutes, so it was okay. She, meaning, I don't know, it's hard to say because they're genderless and they're Democrats. She's been seen at crime scenes, questioned by authorities, and in one earlier instance, arrested on charges of obstructing police in Pennsylvania. Now, you see the federal law enforcement official gunned down in Vermont near the Canadian border by the transgender death cult. A couple in Pennsylvania, an older couple, murdered in Pennsylvania, older man, older woman, married couple. And that's, back before the Democrats were in charge, when a couple was a man and a woman, see, and they were married and they had children and there was a family. And the Democrats are after that because they're very mentally ill. Zazko, The alleged woman is considered a person of interest in her parents' killings in Pennsylvania. The same case, Lizota was arrested in connection as well to the killing of her parents. Blank, who was Zasko's roommate in Vermont, also involved in the case of killing the parents in Pennsylvania and then killing a federal law enforcement official in Vermont because, So it's a transgender death cult. Now, wasn't there, Michael, there was another transgender killer story in the last week, right? And did we grab a story on that? No, we didn't. And there was another transgender. It was going to be another school massacre by a transgender person. And this one was a woman pretending to be a man, like at the Christian school, the transgender woman pretending to be a man that massacred people at the Christian school in Kentucky, Tennessee, right? And it's hard to keep track of all the Democrat Party transgender psychopathic behavior. It generally is. The violent cross-country story begins in 2019 when a group of them, including Lesotho, were arrested in California. They were protesting another national philosophy group. They've got nationalist philosophy groups. These people are very unwell, aren't they? Yes, they are. Yeah. And then Lesotho, who's a man, resurfaced in the news in August 2022 when she, meaning he, apparently faked her, meaning his, own death after reportedly falling off a boat in the San Francisco Bay. Could have resolved itself very handily there. Coast Guard searched for her, meaning his body, but nothing was found. An obituary was published. Then months later, he reappeared saying that he's she. The Democrat Party has done this to a lot of people. When should the Democrat Party be banned in the United States of America? They should move to Mexico, and then they could call it the Gulf of Mexico. Just amazing. You're a Democrat Party. And we're spending tens and tens of millions of dollars studying transgender surgeries on animals because the Democrats have a lot of issues today. We are at 888-630-9625.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
WMAL traffic. Perfect cleaning traffic center. Rush hour is cleared out to the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. We are still slow, though, on the southbound 270 spur to head across the American Legion Bridge, and the Beltway slows out of Bethesda. Braddock Road heading eastbound prior to the Beltway. The crash is eastbound after Burke Lake Road. Follow police direction there. And if you're in delays 95 north into Newington, the crash that caused that stop and go over to the shoulder, your travel lane's open. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL 7 forecast.
Mostly cloudy today with a high of 30. Cloudy and cold tonight with snow showers or flurries possible, low 20.
I was choosing alcohol over my family. That's when I made the call. Now I'm finding better ways to cope.
Mental health care works when you make the call. Visit mentalhealthcareworks.org. A message from the American Psychiatric Association Foundation.
Your phone has a lot of apps, but how many of them help you make sense of your world? The new WMAL app gives you the latest headline, perspective from the voices you trust, and weather info to keep you in the know, all without having to remember yet another password.
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
Even your favorite shows, get the day's top headline, access our podcast archive, all with the new WMAL app.
Thank you.
Get the WMAL app today on Google Play or the Apple App Store, and stay connected.
YouTube personality Betty Johnson has cracked the code on a new era of newsmaking.
Very controversial, very strong. A person who speaks truth fearlessly, breaking for nobody.
It's a new cultural landscape.
We're not trying to politicize this. People are primed now, and forgive me, dude, it is what it is. Here's what's going on in your country, bro.
The Benny Show.
Get ready. If this is something that you needed to put a little pep in your step. No? Yeah? Okay.
Follow and listen on your favorite platform. Every day, the men and women of the United States Marine Corps stand ready to defend the American way of life. If you are proud,
No one knows music like Rolling Stone. Senior writer Brian Hyatt talks the biggest music news from the biggest stars.
Rafi Al-Sadiq. So there's a whole lot to talk about. Bodyguard, that's kind of your song. Did you originally intend it for Beyonce? Everything is for me in the beginning. Okay. Take us through the life story of the Notorious B.I.G.
Here's this 14-year-old kid who feels like a prodigy.
We're also supposed to have an interview with Ghostface Killah, but he kind of ghosted on us, which I guess is appropriate.
Rolling Stone Music Now. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
75 years of research, 75 years of politics, 75 years of opportunity,
75 years of freedom.
This is 75 years of the Muscular Dystrophy Association. Join us at nda75.org.
I'm Ava McIntyre. In life, you'll hear a lot of people tell you that you can do anything you want. I'm here to tell you that's true. Since I was a little girl, I dreamed of becoming a successful singer and entertainer. It took a lot of hard work, dedication, and perseverance to find my success. It was worth it. I never gave up on my dreams. Remember, you can never have a dream come true until you've had a dream. This message is brought to you by the U.S. Air Force.
Every 15 seconds, someone is diagnosed with cancer. If it's happened to you or someone you love, the American Cancer Society can help at every step of the journey. Visit cancer.org today. Clarity and context for complex work.
More specific than ever before.
News Talk 105.9. Making sense of the news.
Happy kids heal faster. That's why Starlight Children's Foundation delivers happiness through gaming, toy deliveries, and more to hospitals across the country. Learn more at starlight.org.
School absences are often due to the absence of necessary resources. But when Communities in Schools is present, students are connected to the support they need to show up ready to learn. Visit communitiesinschools.org. Being present matters.
Wealth building expert Candy Valentino paves the path to success.
I was a founder before I could legally order a drink. Now my goal is to help you. And I interview guest experts. David Anderson, I love what you said. I always say you never learn in an echo chamber.
How we connect those dots to help us achieve the things we want to.
Tony Robbins, thank you so much for being here.
Of course, everybody loses money investing. Make sure you win in the long term. How did you get rich?
I had to sum it up. Just a lot of hard work.
The Candy Valentino Show. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
WMAL, making sense of the market, because generational wealth doesn't build itself. Download the WMAL app to feed us for free. I found last week's transgender massacre that was stopped in Indiana, and I shared this with you last week. Trinity Shockley, 18 years old, charged with conspiracy to commit murder and 2 terrorism-related charges. Morgan County Court in Indiana that was obsessed with the Parkland school massacre. And the transgender person, Trinity Shockley, 18 years old, a young woman who goes by the name Jamie, and said that she was transgender and really a man and was armed and ready to perpetrate a school massacre on Valentine's Day because, I'm beginning to think there might be something wrong with transgender people. What about you? Let's go to Rick calling from Elmwood Park, New Jersey. Ricardo, you're on the Chris Plank Show. Because they spend up literally billions of dollars to their political allies in the environmental movement and the radical pro-Hamas, anti-Israel movement and the transgender movement and transgender animals and they're funding lunatics all over the place. And you're right, Lee Zeldin saying, hey, here's $50 million. And we've got a news media that shrugs and says, it's only $50 million. But the Climate Justice Alliance funneling money to radical Islamic terrorist groups. And the Democrats are thrilled to fund their lunatic fringe climate pro-Hamas genocidal anti-Semite movement. I've got a bunch of that coming up in New York and media station, making sense of the news. Now, WMAL News at 10. Good morning, everyone. I'm John Matthews. Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky says President Trump is living in a Russian-made disinformation space and added that he would, quote, like Trump's team to be more truthful. Those comments coming a day after Mr. Trump intimated that Ukraine, not Russia, is at fault for starting the war. Zelensky says if the U.S. pulls funding for Ukraine, he'll look to Europe for help.
I think that they will be ready about financing of our army. If I'm speaking, just if the United States will not finance the army.
Zelensky is meeting with U.S. envoy Keith Kellogg today in Kyiv. The Trump administration moving forward with talks on the future of Gaza.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio meeting with the president of the United Arab Emirates, where a State Department spokesperson says the discussions included, quote, the remaining challenges in Gaza. A local news agency reports the UAE told Rubio it rejects the proposed plan by President Trump to move Palestinians from Gaza to countries like Jordan or Egypt. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
There's not a snowflake to be found right now, but the most southern parts of the D.C. region could see a couple of inches of snow today.
A few metro flurries possible with accumulations are best chance south and east. That's where the advisories are in place. Stafford, Spotsylvania, King George, Charles, St. Mary's, and Calvert. That's your best chance for some snow today. Maybe some issues later this evening for the rush, but for here in the metro area, not a big deal for us today.
7 News meteorologist Brian Vandegraff says there is another system that could bring the D.C. area a dusting to an inch of snow tomorrow. Fairfax County facing a potential budget shortfall of nearly $300 million, with both tax increases and service cuts being weighed in the advertised budget.
County Executive Brian Hill telling the Board of Supervisors no one is happy with this budget, including Supervisor Jeff McKay.
Obviously, that's uncomfortable.
Hill is suggesting real estate tax increase of 1.5 cents, meaning homeowners will fork over on average $638 more this coming year. Fairfax County, like many jurisdictions, has taken a big budget hit in commercial real estate tax revenue from office buildings left largely vacant post-pandemic. Barbara Britt, WMAL and WMAL.com.
Things are abuzz at National Harbor for the opening of the Conservative Political Action Convention, or CPAC, today.
Members of the Trump administration are part of the speaker's lineup, including border czar Tom Homan, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, and National Security Advisor Michael Waltz. Others set to speak include Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Steve Bannon, Mike Rowe, Senator Ted Cruz, and Congressman James Comer. Signature events of the conference include the Ronald Reagan Dinner and the Women's Breakfast. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
BWI's largest airline is laying off employees. Southwest says 1,750 jobs are being cut, but the airline says none of them will affect any jobs at BWI. The Dow is down 135 points at this hour. NASDAQ down 69. Up next, traffic and weather.
While serving in Iraq, our vehicle was hit. They didn't think I was going to make it. I'm Latoya Lucas, and I'm a veteran. I had to learn to live with the scars, both visible and invisible.
EAV helps veterans like Latoya get the benefits they've earned. They help more than 1 million veterans every year.
My victory is overcoming my wounds so I can help other veterans.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Attention taxpayers, the IRS is intensifying collections in 2025. If you owe $10,000 or more or have unfiled tax returns, it's time to take action. Tax Network USA's experienced lawyers have saved clients over $1 billion. They're ready to negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Don't risk wage garnishment, property seizure, or losing your home. Call 1-800-278-9000 today. Get the help you need at 1-800-278-9000 or visit tnusa.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then You get into the all-new Nissan Murano, and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof, while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Working hard is worth it if you're seeing results. And when it comes to working out, the same thing is true. You want the maximum benefit in the time you have, and that's exactly what Tonal is built for. And with their latest iteration, Tonal 2, you can ensure your workout is more tailored and effective than ever. Tonal's at-home strength training system uses adaptive weight to learn from your movement and set the optimal weight for every move, adjusting in 1-pound increments up to 250 pounds, challenging even the most advanced users to push their limits. You can also experience a full-body burn with the new Arrowhit workouts, the perfect blend of heart-pumping cardio and strength. Plus, the new built-in Smart View leverages a high-resolution camera that lets you see yourself during your workout, analyzes your movement, and provides real-time coaching, just like a personal trainer. Right now, Tonal is offering our listeners $200 off your Tonal purchase with promo code TONAL200. That's Tonal.com and use promo code TONAL200 for $200 off your purchase. That's Tonal.com, promo code TONAL200 for $200 off.
Steve Hirshhorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
Around the Beltway now, the outer loop. So pretty slow from Old Georgetown Road across the American Legion Bridge down toward the George Washington Parkway. Also causing delays on the 270 spur southbound after the lane divide to join that slow traffic on the outer loop. 95 northbound of Virginia still a little slow up from Route 1 in Woodbridge up to the Fairfax County Parkway where an accident was cleared away just a little while ago. Interloop northbound 495 pretty heavy from 66 up to 123 on 66 eastbound. Still under speed Fairfax County Parkway toward Route 123. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
It stays cold today with temperatures into the upper 20s, low 30s this afternoon, and wind chill values around 25. Don't be surprised if you see a few snowflakes flying today. And tomorrow may get a few scattered snow showers before 1 o'clock. We may get an inch out of that, especially south of I-66. I'm 7 News meteorologist Short Evans at the First Alert Weather Center.
Right now it is 22 at Reagan National. I'm John Matthews. News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
105.9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app. Chris Plank.
In order to save taxpayer money, it comes down to two things: competence and caring. When you add more competence and caring, you get a better deal for the American people.
These are the words and caring. It's a certain competence, but I think it's more caring.
I know. Actually, you can add either ingredient, either competence or caring. You'll get a better outcome.
Either, just anything. Bring any positive attribute to the table, and then we can talk. But in the meantime, the line for mental health treatment starts over there. Please, you people, what's the matter you? You gotta know respect. A very good Wednesday to you and welcome to Hump Day. Always an interesting day in the Clinton household. Hillary Clinton once again waking up face down in a pool of her own dried vomits, laying unconscious, mouth agape, next to an empty 1-gallon cardboard box of cheap New Zealand Chardonnay. Not even the good stuff, you know, New Zealand. Great many absurdities going on today, courtesy of the Democrat Party. A brilliant listener that I spoke to a short time ago, Rick, laying out some fun stuff and thanking Lee Zeldin, which I think is a lot of fun. Great stuff. Environmental Protection Agency, all of that. Wonderful things. And our money. Now, Elon Musk wants access with his high IQ minions to Treasury Department computer systems and where else? You know, let's look at the Environmental Protection Agency. Let's look at the government agencies that the Democrat Party has been stealing our money and abusing our tax dollars for so long now. And if you want to take a look, just lift the sheets up there. Woohoo! See what's going on down there. Lift up the hood, look under the, take a look at the edge, and then the Democrats will become furious with you, absolutely enraged.
You can't look at the $241 million that we spent on transgender animal programs, because then you might say it out loud and we might be discovered. But Rick, talking about a wonderful fact, Lee Zeldin, saying, no, we're not going to fund this crazy stuff that you guys are funding. And I went and started doing a little bit of research, because the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, you know, they were tasked by the Biden administration, by the Democrats, to distribute huge sums of money to radical left-wing anti-American groups because they represent the interests of the Democratic Party. And one of these radical groups, the Climate Justice Alliance, those words don't go together. Climate justice, what does that mean, you little fascists? But it turns out this hotbed of lunacy is just another left-wing front group. And as Rick was pointing out, and I went to the website for the Alliance for Climate Justice, and their homepage, the headline is Free Palestine. Now, what does that have to do with the weather? Nobody knows, but the left knows. So the main page at their website for the Climate Justice Alliance, the banner headline, white on black, is Free Palestine in giant letters, smaller letters below it, is a climate justice issue. That shows that they're mentally ill, right? The path to climate justice travels through a free Palestine. No, it doesn't. These are unrelated matters. One is a terrorist group. The other is the weather. You people are mentally ill, quite obviously. Together with Movement Generation, they're very big on digestion. They're focused on proper digestive processes. Together with Movement Generation and Survival Media Agency, radical extreme left-wing terrorist groups, Climate Justice Alliance created a short video that uses the anti-colonial framework to show how climate justice and the liberation of Palestine are connected. That means killing the Jews, wiping out the Jews, got to have no Jews. You know, they don't like Jews, just like the Socialist Workers' Party in Europe in the 1930s and 40s. Our hope is creating this new resource is to mobilize additional sectors of the climate movement. It's a climate movement to fight to free Palestine. What are you talking about? And begin to shift the policies to the mainstream climate movement from carbon fundamentalism to climate justice. All right, you guys are mentally ill. All right. So Lee Zeldin has decided that it was time to take a look at that, and that's a wonderful thing. Now, here's what we learned, though, that the Democrats, the Biden administration, they took $600 million, and gave it to these radical left-wing groups that are not climate groups at all. They're extremist, genocidal, anti-Semite, pro-Hamas, pro-terrorist groups. And the Democrat Party has been funneling millions and millions of dollars to them. Joe Biden has, and he should probably be in handcuffs. So the Democrats are very upset because Lee Zeldin said, well, wait a minute. The warning for progressive groups, ? This is just crazy, the philanthropy.com. A warning for progressive groups, ? Trump yanks $50 million from a climate justice nonprofit. They'll get rich off of these things they call nonprofits with our tax dollars. The Climate Justice Alliance, that's the one that says Free Palestine on their homepage, right, was among 11 organizations chosen by the EPA under Joe Biden to distribute $600 million to nonprofits. It was the first to be completely defunded. I certainly hope it's not the last, and people really should be in handcuffs. And I mean, Joe Biden and his EPA administrator. The closure last week of a $50 million federal grant, right? Just amazing stuff. A program that supports climate change solutions, which is free Palestine, wipe Israel off the face of the earth. In low-income communities, they're not in a low-income community. Look how much money they have. Could signal what is to come for government-funded nonprofits at odds with President Trump's ideological positions. Well, no rational American would say, let's give $50 million to change the weather for climate to an anti-Israel, pro-Hamas group called Climate Justice. What are you kidding me? So the Climate Justice Alliance, a left-leaning national nonprofit, was among 11 grant-making organizations, their grant-receiving organizations, chosen by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency under Joe Biden in 2023 to distribute $600 million to nonprofits and other groups, meaning left-wing radical hate groups that are being funded with U.S. tax dollars on the order of hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. All right, $500 million is $500 million. Another $100 million is a lot of money, and you fund them, and it turns out that they're pro-jihad groups, and they funnel their money to jihad groups, and the Democrats are good with that because they're the ones doing the funding. The Intercept has a story on this too, and who is it? Akila Lacey has the story at The Intercept. Trump's EPA kills grant to climate nonprofit over its support for Palestine. Well, again, rather unrelated, in a tweet announcing his attack on the Climate Justice Alliance, EPA head Lee Zeldin linked it to the group's protected speech about Palestine. Now, it's protected speech, but it's not protected funding. We're talking about millions, hundreds of millions of dollars that the Biden administration threw into a bucket for radical extremist, left-wing, genocidal anti-Semites to distribute our tax dollars. And then this dimwit at The Intercept is like, oh, sure, he's targeting nonprofits. The nonprofits are like genocidal lunatics, and you people are mentally ill. The Trump administration said that it canceled a federal grant to a climate nonprofit over the group's protected First Amendment speech. These are two unrelated issues. Yes, your First Amendment right to be a Nazi is protected. To be a genocidal Jew hater is protected. That is protected speech. That doesn't mean you're guaranteed hundreds of millions of tax dollars to fund terror groups. Isn't that amazing? So the Climate Justice Alliance, a nonprofit that organizes on climate issues in poor and indigenous communities, they're racists, was awarded a multi-million-dollar grant under former President Joe Biden's climate infrastructure package, whatever the hell that is. The Biden administration, however, later delayed that funding over the group's support for Palestine, The Intercept reported. Now, they're very upset because it was still in there, and Lee Zeldin, President Trump's EPA administrator, said, no, we're not going to fund Hamas with climate justice money that Joe Biden was funding. So now let's get back to the Democrats, because you know how they hate the Jews. And if you're a Jewish Democrat, just open a vein, because you'll speed things along. Pretty amazing stuff. If you're Jewish and a Democrat, you're extremely uninformed. You're horribly and terribly uninformed. Now let's go to what the Democrats were doing in Brooklyn last night, because mobs of violent criminals gathered in Brooklyn, New York last night in what has been described as the world's largest Hasidic Jewish community in Brooklyn. And what did they do? They attacked. You see, and some of them are Hamasites, right? some of them are Hamasites, but some of them are just what they call liberals today, right? And they attacked the anti-Israel lunatics attacking in New York City. And the headline is anti-Israel protest in New York City devolves into violence and mayhem, as you might expect. Several fights broke out as the agitators chanted, Zionists, go to hell. That's don't go to Israel, go to hell, you see, and waved Palestinian flags in the Borough Park neighborhood, Borough Park protest. And so here they are, they call themselves liberals, and they're closer to being fascists than any right-wing skinheads that they're going to find anywhere. A group of anti-Israel demonstrators descended on an Orthodox Jewish neighborhood in New York City on Tuesday, leading to violent clashes and chaotic scenes, according to reports and video. Were they part of the Climate Justice Alliance? And they know that good weather comes through a free Palestine. Here are now several fights broke out, the agitators, and the protest was led by an anti-Israel Pal Auda, PAL-AWDA, that's Palestinian and Death to the Jews activist group, who said they were flooding Borough Park, the neighborhood in Brooklyn, New York, to demonstrate against the sale of stolen Palestinian land. I think you should have the right to run over protesters in the middle of the street. That should be the law. Congress should take that up. They said they were targeting an event that was selling real estate in Israel. They're genocidal fascists, and they call themselves liberals. They do. The crowd separated into three parts. The Times of Israel reported. The anti-Israel protesters, a group of pro-Israel counter-protesters, gathered outside the barricade, while a crowd of Jewish residents, Orthodox residents, watched in horror because every knock is crystal knock where today's Democrat Party is involved. Jewish Democrats, beware. You should be wearing armbands at this point. Sew something on your clothing to identify yourselves in public, because as Jewish Democrats, that's what you're advocating. I've got more on that and the attack on the Jews in Los Angeles, too, by people that self-describe as liberals, and they're all Democrats. You know that the all-new third-generation Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier is finally here, and it builds on the incredible success of the first two generations. They earn thousands of five-star reviews online. This new Thunderstorm uses two technologies that studies have shown help to kill up to 99.9% of bacteria and viruses in the air. Also slaps down dust and pet dander and smoke and all kinds of nastiness, helps you breathe better, and gets rid of odors, smelly odors. The Thunderstorm will get rid of any stinky smell, guaranteed. Talking about a musty basement, smelly shoes, a teenager's room. And right now, you can save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. Put one in your kitchen, your bedroom, any place you like to breathe clean, fresh air. All you have to do is go to EdenPureDeals.com and use the discount code CHRIS3 to save $200 on 3 Eden Pure Thunderstorms. That's EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is CHRIS and the number 3. Yes, sir. Yeah, what is it with Democrats and anti-Semitism? I guess it's just the rise of their national socialist movement. Huh. Where have I heard that before?
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing.
When I first came into these chats, people like Will Durant and Empress Chinchilla, they all had wrenches in Jujubot and Gramps. The only time I ever had a wrench is when they did their experiment and that, and they gave people wrenches and shit. Right. So these people knew each other, Juju Bot, Gramps, that core of people, ever who's down in Texas. How come there's no more Juju Bot? So these fuckers all knew each other, communicating behind the scenes. See, that's my advantage. Ain't nobody sending me to. Best you guys can do is try to spam my phone. I'm hungry. I don't know what I want to eat. I got some turkey. I forgot a couple ingredients. So if I want turkey gravy, it's gonna have to be chicken gravy because I don't have any turkey gravy, but I have chicken bouillon. It's not hard to make a gravy, especially if you have cornstarch and water. That'll thicken it up quick. Anyways, I just wanted to say that about Will Durant and Ziggy and Empress. Those bunch of middle-aged guys, doing their fucking shtick. Empress, right? I'm the wife of a restaurant owner, but he likes to talk dirty about women and shit. And I'm glad it's not me they got on film doing this number. You might get one of these shots or eating a banana or, I got bananas. You want to see me eat a banana? I got a present for you, daughter of truth. Laugh. Come on, daughter of truth. There it is. Come on. Talk about my fly swatter for 6 hours. You and your boyfriend taking screenshots and making clones and shit. You're really not the picture of perfect health there, Wiggin. You got no fucking teeth. You got liver spots all over your fucking face and your forehead. I'd rather hear you fucking strum that guitar than to listen to the fucking garbage that comes out of your mouth. 1 minute you're okay and you're on point, and then you go off into fucking la la land from snorting all that coke. That's why your face is all like that. You ain't never been stabbed or anything like that. You're so full of fucking shit. Wiggin. You and your boys Ziggy and Alpesh Patel and Empress Chinchilla. What are you gonna do, Wiggin? Begging me to take my fucking streams down. Oh, they're gonna report you, wanting me to do what you do. No, I'm not gonna take them down. Fuck you. Said you weren't gonna support my stream. Right on the first day, you fucking bitch. Come right after me. Been after me ever since. So fuck you. Ooh, Ziggy gonna use my mother's picture. Ooh, you and fucking 50,000 other people. I never heard Daughter of Truth play that fucking guitar. Fake. You can't play no guitar. You're not a guitar player.
Well, let's go to Matt calling from Rockville, Maryland. Matthew, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Good morning, Chris.
Oriand is right. You're a dumb fucker.
The fraud that USAID is uncovering in the grid when here and there is very rarely, and I say that being generous because I haven't actually seen one. Nothing is going to a right wing, advocacy. $4.9 million for the advocacy for Second Amendment for pregnant women, or $8.2 million to look at the effects of artificial hormones on the opposite gender. It is all on the left. And I think it was Representative Tim Burchett who said, this money's going to turn out to come back and be going to Democrats. And it kind of holds water because I don't see any of this money going to things that the right would agree with.
Well, you are 100% correct. You're absolutely on the money, as it were. Follow the money. And it all goes to the Democrat Party and their profound corruption.
This is the Chris Flat Show. Cumulus Media Station, making sense of the news. The top 105.9. News now.
WMAL News at 10:30. I'm John Matthews. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accusing President Trump of living in a Russian-made disinformation space. Zelensky says he, quote, would like Trump's team to be more truthful. A response to Mr. Trump suggesting that Kyiv was to blame for the war. It was Russia that invaded Ukraine 3 years ago. The Vatican says Pope Francis slept peacefully and ate breakfast after developing pneumonia in both of his lungs. He got out of bed and his heart said to be in good condition. The Vatican spokesman says the Pope's in good spirits and is grateful for the prayers for his recovery. Fairfax County looking to fill a $300 million budget gap, and while it's looking to make some program and job cuts, the county executive is proposing a 1.5 cent property tax rate increase. That would raise the average homeowner's bill by $638, a 7.5% hike. Traffic and weather next.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Yep, it's a win-win. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Steve Hirshhorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
I-95 northbound is still pretty slow after Route 1 in Woodbridge to the Fairfax County Parkway, where an earlier accident was cleared away. Southbound on the Fairfax County Parkway at Pope's Head Road, that roadwork is back today, blocking one left lane. Around the Beltway, the outer loop is going to be very heavy from Old Georgetown Road across the American Legion Bridge down to the work zone. For the toll road on the right, 270 Spur is still pretty heavy from Democracy Boulevard to join that slow traffic on the outer loop. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Mostly cloudy with flurries possible this afternoon and a high of 30. It's 22 at Reagan National. John Matthews, WMAL News.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Wealth building expert Candy Valentino paves the path to success.
I was a founder before I could legally order a drink. Now my goal is to help you. And I interview guest experts. David Anderson, I love what you said. I always say you never learn in an echo chamber.
How we connect those dots to help us achieve the things we want to.
Tony Robbins, thank you so much for being here.
Of course, everybody loses money investing. Make sure you win in the long term. How did you get rich?
I had to sum it up. Just a lot of hard work.
The Candy Valentino Show. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
What would you give for a child you love? Make their wish come true. To help them fight a critical illness. Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful. You can make them real. You can give a child back their childhood. Even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align. Because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org.
School absences are often due to the absence of necessary resources. But when Communities in Schools is present, students are connected to the support they need to show up ready to learn. Visit communitiesinschools.org. Being present matters.
Making sense of your world.
This is no conspiracy theory. This is here it is.
Mark Levin, weekday 6 to 9 p.m.
Listen to this, would you?
News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
A Better Life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Modern day parenting is tough. Don't just take my word for it, though I will say I am the father of 3 teenage girls. Well, last year, the nation's top doctor, Vivek Murthy, issued a Surgeon's General advisory about parental stress. And on a recent episode of my podcast, Chasing Life, parenting expert Dr. Becky explained that things are harder today in large part because of technology. Here's the issue. Technology has made us come to expect instant gratification for just about everything in our lives. But parenting is very high effort for very delayed gratification. So she told me the number one thing you can do is swap selflessness for sturdy leadership. That running yourself ragged just to please everyone else is not healthy. Kids don't need selfless martyrs. They need sturdy leaders, she said. Carve out time for you and make it happen. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
Blowing out your birthday candles should be easy, but if you have undiagnosed COPD, you may find yourself short of breath. Early diagnosis and treatment can add years to your life. If you have symptoms like wheezing or chronic cough, talk to your doctor and visit copdfoundation.org today.
WMAL, making sense of the vote because elections have consequences. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
So the Biden White House threw $600 million of our tax dollars over to extreme left-wing Jew-hating groups. And yesterday in Brooklyn, they had one of these radical groups. I don't know if the Climate Justice Alliance was there going after the Orthodox Jews in Brooklyn, but they were chanting in the streets that they have to go. And what are they? They have to go to hell because you can't go back to Israel, because the left-wingers here claim that they own Israel and they're going to give it to terrorists who are genocidal and would kill all of civilization. And they were chanting loony things in the streets of Brooklyn last night. And one man was arrested for assaulting a 61-year-old man, punching him in the face. They're waving their Palestinian flags. The Orthodox Jews looked on in horror as the Democrat Party and the so-called Palestinians launched another Kristallnacht, which they love so much because they're not liberals. That's the thing about these. You know, Bernie Sanders is not a liberal. He's a Bolshevik. He's a commie. And they call themselves liberals. They do. And the Nazis called themselves the Socialist Workers' Party of Germany. Palestine is our home. Zionists, go back home. Wouldn't that be Israel? And then it said, the Zionists is our home. Then they'll kill you if you're Jewish and you go to Israel. This is your Democrat Party. The anti-Israel protest erupts into mayhem in Orthodox Jewish neighborhood in New York City as agitators chant, Zionists go to hell. Zionists go. I'm a Zionist. I believe in I'm an Irish Catholic Zionist from Chicago and New York and Washington, D.C. These are a very warlike people. Everything they do is oriented toward violence, isn't it? And warlike rhetoric. They are belligerent, aren't they? Also, not to be outdone, in California, anti-Israel protesters swarm and vandalize the home of a Jewish media super agent and a member of the University of California Board of Regents as well, but that's not important. That had nothing to do with it. The Fox News people have the story, dozens of masked protesters. They love wearing the masks, don't they? Masked protesters swarmed the home of Jay Sewers and vandalized his garage doors. They terrorized his wife, too. Media super agent Jay Sewers, S-U-R-E-S, has slammed a group of anti-Israel protesters who vandalized his California home. They showed up his home to terrorize him and his wife and surrounded his wife's car on Wednesday in what he said was a frightening ordeal for his family. Sewers, the vice chair of United Talent Agency and a University of California Board of Regents member, told Fox News Digital that the group swarmed the outside of his Brentwood home and plastered his garage door with red handprints, along with banners that he said contained death threats. And here are the photographs. Now, the red handprints are part of Hamas's Kill the Jews campaign, and Democrats have been doing the red handprints in Washington for some time now, little fascists that they are. And the red handprints are part of. There was a lynching of 3 Israelis by a mob of Palestinians, and they murdered the 3 Palestinian young men, and they came proudly to the windows of their building.
Got me a sandwich.
Like hands up, don't shoot, which never happened. Another Democrat lie. And Michael Brown attacked the police, not the other way around. But the Democrats love the people attacking the police. 6'5", 295-pound, 18-year-old. But the red handprints, they attacked the talent agent's home in Brentwood, Los Angeles, California. The red handprints, see, the terrorists that lynched and murdered and butchered and dismembered the 3 young Israelis, they came to their windows and held their hands up, and their hands were covered in blood, and the crowd cheered ecstatically. They were very, very excited. And the red hands, the blood-drenched hands, became a symbol of killing the Jews. And so when these Democrats showed up at the home of the California talent agent and put the red handprints on his garage doors, that is a symbol of the lynching of the Jews and the butchering of the Jews. Now, Suarez and his wife were at home during the time of the attack, and she tried to leave in her car. The mob, the group, surrounded the vehicle. And he said, when my wife tried to leave the house, they surrounded her car for 15 minutes. She was absolutely terrified. You should legally be allowed to run them over and drag them down the street. Said Suarez, who is a staunch supporter of Israel, so am I, who was influential in the University of California's decision to ban political statements from the university homepage of its departments. That's because they were all anti-Semitic statements. Aren't they amazing? Man, oh man. This is, and these are all people that call themselves liberals, and they are Democrat Party voters. Pretty amazing stuff. Now, Suarez United Talent Agency represents a lot of top on-air news personalities, as well as big names in entertainment like Heidi Klum and Ludacris and Seth Rogen. And now they're all, and they also, the company's Instagram lists all the famous people they represent. Dozens of masked protesters descended on his family's home, 6:15 a.m. local time, banging drums. They're banging drums in New York, too, snare drums in New York, too, and carrying large banner reading, Jonathan Suarez, you will pay until you see your final day. That sounds like a death threat. I think you should be able to open fire on people outside your home at 6:15 a.m. with your family inside that are threatening to kill you until you will pay until your final day. Sounds kind of like Chuck Schumer threatening Supreme Court justices, doesn't it? You will reap the whirlwind. You will pay. This is the Democrat Party is, they really, the wheels came off of the Democrat Party long ago. You will pay. Sounds no. He's Jewish, but he's not a good Jew. He's a left winger. He's Socialist Workers Party kind of Jew. Isn't that amazing? Wah, wah, wah. Yep, the protesters strung yellow caution tape on the property's front garden hedge and stuck protests up and posters containing Suarez's picture on his garage doors. Diverse now. Diverse now. That's illiterate. Or you will pay. That's amazing. Also, speaking of Chuck Schumer, story today. Schumer spotted posing for photo with Chinese Communist Party official as warning swirl about China influence. Was he with Eric Swalwell? Because Eric Swalwell's, he was in the news yesterday too. This is terrorism. When you go to the homes of a Jewish family, the home of a Jewish family, and you terrorize them, that's terrorism. When you go to the Orthodox Jewish neighborhood in Brooklyn and you terrorize them, that's terrorism. And this is the Democrat Party. Keeping in mind, of course, I'm going to write my book very soon. I really do. But the history of the Democrat Party, just after the American Civil War, which they created, and their president was Jefferson Davis. He was the Democrat. Abraham Lincoln was the Republican. Then a leader of the Democrat Party, Nathan Bedford Forrest, created the White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, America's oldest terrorist party. The Democrat Party has also been in bed with the Students for a Democratic Society, a terrorist group, the Weather Underground, a terrorist group, the Symbionese Liberation Army, a terrorist group. Name a terrorist group in the history of this country, and it's one step over to the Democrat Party in every instance. And now the Democrat Party are the fascist, Hamas, genocidal anti-Semite party. And honestly, if you're a Jewish Democrat, I'm at 888-630-9625. I'm like Fraser Crane because you need a psychiatrist. Let's go to the telephones. Let's go to Chris calling from Marshall, Virginia. Chris, you are on the Chris Plant Show.
Thank you for taking my call here. The front line of the Highland. I have the popcorn all popped. I cannot wait. I'm eager in anticipation for them to turn their attention at long last to Act Blue, the font of all of the corrupt money. Act Blue is a left-wing fundraising group entirely in the Democrat Party's camp. And can you think of the kind of person that contributes to Act Blue? Act Blue distributes money to Democrat candidates, and can you think of anybody that contributes to Act Blue? Well, according to O'Keefe, random strangers that don't know that they're contributing to Act Blue do so hundreds and hundreds of times over and over again, and they're not even aware of it. It's a money laundering scheme. Well, it is like so many, and look, our EPA is being used by the Democrats as a money laundering scheme to funnel money to anti-Israel.
Your grammar is horrible, Patrick. It's the street doesn't lie.
In Europe, they call the environmentalists
the street don't lie. That doesn't sound good. It's the street doesn't lie. Because essentially you're saying the street do not lie. No, it's the street does not lie. Patrick.
Where the member nations buy to host the UN, and it goes to Burkina Faso for.
Did I make Will Durant go live?
And they've got to build the infrastructure to support it.
I hope so.
80% of the bureaucrats leave. We get our real estate back. Leasehold country benefits by having infrastructure built to host the UN. It's a win-win-win all the way around. All the way around. Well, let me tell you that Ryan Wesley Root, who was arrested in Florida with a rifle outside the fence line of one of President Trump's golf courses, he was planning on assassinating him. He was an Act Blue donor. Thomas Crook, who shot President Trump through the ear in Pennsylvania at a rally, an Act Blue donor. That the Democrat Party is a violent party. I mean, again, the first Republican president was Abraham.
This isn't good.
Assassinated by a Democrat who loved
It's
so
true.
much. And the Democrat president, Jefferson Davis, that he assassinated Abraham Lincoln. The next two American presidents. Their way, they get dangerous, don't they? They certainly do. The next two American presidents assassinated were also Republicans, assassinated by Democrats. The next American president assassinated was John F. Kennedy, assassinated by a communist or by the permanent bureaucracy. You decide. Maybe the CIA should release their filthy, stinking documents after. When you go through this litany of all of these violent leftists, I have a suggestion. You ought to play that soundtrack of the shooting of the ballpark. It's such a great. It has a gunfire just going off randomly. You can just have it playing in the background every time we go through the litany of all of these violent leftists. And it's amazing how they didn't even have a reputation, but yeah, it was a Bernie Sanders campaign volunteer, James Hutchinson, that shot and nearly killed Congressman Steve Scalise. And he was there. This was the actual audio of the event. He was there to massacre the entire Republican baseball team. Not that the Democrat Party deserves a reputation for violence. The 1968 Chicago Convention, they were the anti-civil rights movement people. They were Sheriff Bull Connor. They were George Wallace. They They were Orville.
Gee, I wonder who was posting assassinate President Donald Trump way back when.
The Republican president, Dwight Eisenhower, sent the 101st Airborne in to move the corpulent Democrat governor out of the door at Central High. The Democrat
You're
Party
disgusting, JC.
is a violent death cult. And
Come on, JC.
no, honestly,
You owe me an apology. Big time.
they're
Fuck you.
organization.
I deserve the fucking truth from you, bitch.
Members of the violent cult-like Zizian group, murderers, transgender murder cult. They're definitely not Trump voters. These are Democrat Party voters. And 3 of these Zizians arrested in Maryland. Death cult. Crazy stuff. I'm telling you. Chris, thank you very much. Thanks for going. You're right, an Act Blue. And everything is a money laundering operation. How do you think all these Democrats, let's drive around town. If we had a news media, they'd go around and look at the multi-million-dollar homes from Bill Clinton and Barack Obama to their fundraisers living in these $10 million mansions off of Embassy Row. How do they get so rich in politics? And, well, take a look at Joe Biden giving $600 million, creating a slush fund before he walked out the door for environmental radicals. And then you see that the radical climate justice group is funneling money to Hamas that's supposed to be for some environmental group. And the New York Times and CNN say, well, yeah, that's good. That's not corruption. That's not money laundering. That's not a scam. They're not stealing taxpayer dollars. They're saving the environment. Don't you care about the environment? At that point, you know you're dealing with mentally ill people.
Just sit yourself in front of television because you'll have a lot of popcorn to pop and watch. You're listening to The Chris Plant Show. Make Stop 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news. Making sense of your world.
This is no conspiracy theory. This is a fact. Here it is.
Mark Levin, weekdays 6 to 9 p.m.
Listen to this, would you?
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news. Your phone has a lot of apps, but how many of them help you make sense of your world? The new WMAL app gives you the latest headlines, perspective from the voices you trust, and weather info to keep you in the know, all without having to remember yet another password.
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
Stream your favorite show, get the day's top headlines, and access our podcast archive, all with the new WMAL app.
Thank you.
Get the WMAL app today on Google Play or the Apple App Store, and stay connected. Illuminating the issues.
There's a whole lot missing here in Dory, isn't there?
Every day.
Why are we the only ones reporting this?
News Talk 105.9. Making sense of the news.
Bravo TV stars Lala Kent holds nothing back. When someone tries to get hypey with me,
You match energy.
I do match, and it's all Josh.
Yes.
Get to know the TV personality. It is one specific storyline that lasts 14 weeks plus a couple reunions, and then you move on. And the mom. My parenting and actually Ocean really liked it. Would you like it? And Taylor Swift. Shake it off. Give them Lala. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
School absences are often due to the absence of necessary resources. But when communities in schools is present, students are connected to the support they need to show up ready to learn. Visit communitiesandschools.org. Being present matters.
So right now, the kids don't have the supplies they need. Donor Tunes is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. Learn more at donorshoes.org.
Green light. Hey girl, school zone. I'm getting hungry. Car changing lanes. You want to meet me for pizza? Stop sign. Intersection clear. Yeah, street. Pizza sounds good. Ballin Street? Girlin Street!
It's hard to concentrate on two things at once, like texting and driving. Stop the text, stop the wrecks. How will you stop texting and driving? Tell us at stoptextstopwrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
My baby brother, a father. Come on, it's time for his nap. Whoa, he can't sleep on his stomach.
Babies should always sleep on their backs in a safety-approved crib, and the sleep area should be clear of blankets, toys, and other loose or soft items. It reduces the risk of SIDS. SIDS? You know, sudden infant death syndrome. Guess I need to start studying up on safe sleep.
Listen, it's like winter out, freezing, and I'm eating ice cream.
For more information, visit safetosleep.nichd.nih.gov. Sponsored by the Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Human Development.
But it's fudge swirl, but I put Hershey syrup on it.
If you have undiagnosed COPD, you may find yourself short of breath. Early diagnosis and treatment can add years to your life. If you have symptoms like wheezing or chronic cough, talk to your doctor and visit copdfoundation.org today.
Happy kids heal faster. That's why Starlight Children's Foundation delivers happiness through gaming, toy deliveries, and more to hospitals across the country. Learn more at starlight.org.
Yeah, violence in New York City. Gee.
If it's happened to you, or
who thought?
The American Cancer Society can help at every step of the journey. Visit cancer.org.
Been invaded.
To see a retina specialist.
Retinal disease can steal your eyesight, but it doesn't have to. Patients who seek care from a retina specialist have the best chance of preventing vision loss due to age-related macular.
Casey, we made a bet. All right. And, you know, according to you, your guy won. How come you don't want to talk about Biden? You want to just dismiss it? I don't talk politics. You're full of fucking shit, JC. Your fucking channel is nothing but political. Still is. Whipperman's still fucking telling you what to do. All of them stupid fucks. And you too, Wiggin. Banksy wrongly accused me of calling him a pedophile. He's got to be about the dumbest drunk she ever brought up into his path. How about you, Guitar Jay? I never met you until, I don't know what, 6 months ago or however fucking long it's been. You're right, Patrick. What JC does with them. It's okay for them to sit there and trash the United States, but when you fucking rebuttal them, she'll stick up for them. She'll take her stream down. She lets people gang up on people she doesn't like. See how Paul is crying? This is why I call them BBC, the British Black and Crybabies.
Wait till you hear how she responded. Pretty funny. Great stuff. We still have a ton of President Trump interview yesterday, Elon Musk interview yesterday, same interview. I'll get to that. Right now, let's go to the telephones. Let's go to Joseph calling from Austin, Texas. Josephus, you're on the Chris Plank Show.
He's supposed to be a Harvard-educated, scholarly lawyer, and he doesn't even know the Old Testament. He's quoting that incorrectly. You sow the wind and you reap the whirlwind, and that's what the Democrats are doing. Sow the nonsense and reaping the consequences. And your other point about how is a guy that's never held a real job? He went from Harvard Law School up to the State House, down to the Senate, and he's massively wealthy. You know, we need a senatorial office of government. Where did you get your money?
That's a great.
Because all these folks are getting rich.
Yeah.
The guy that's laying up drywall and busting concrete is paying for it.
You're 100% right. Office of where did Nancy Pelosi get her money? Where did Chuck Schumer get his money. And you're right, he went to Harvard undergrad, Harvard Law School, and God, isn't that amazing? They ever made more than $200,000 a year, but we're pretty Chuck Schumer's net worth is, and there should be an office of investigating where members of Congress made all of their money. That's a great idea. If you are a minor vice president at J.P. Morgan Chase, which happens to be a company I'm intimately familiar with, you got to put out every stock trade, every bank statement. They have a compliance officer. Those guys up there have nothing. One online site says his net worth could be $81 million. $81 million on a government salary. It must be a great media data. Making sense of the news. 105.9. News now. News at 11. Good morning. John Matthews. Tensions are rising between President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as the U.S. holds peace talks with Russia without including Ukraine.
Today I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal.
Zelensky responded today, lamenting Russia having Mr. Trump's ear.
Unfortunately, President Trump, with all due respect for him as that we respect greatly, living in this disinformation space.
Zelensky saying he would like Mr. Trump's team to be more truthful. So when will Presidents Trump and Putin meet face to face? Good question.
Maybe there will be a face-to-face meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin and President Trump. And maybe there won't be. That's what Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said when asked if such a summit could take place this month. He was quoted by Russian news agency Interfax by saying, possibly, and possibly not. The two had a phone call earlier this month, which Trump described as highly productive. The last time a U.S. and Russian leader met face-to-face was in 2021, when Putin and President Biden held a summit in Geneva. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Layoffs and spending setting the federal government. Fairfax County is in a world of hurt as well.
Every single county agency is being asked to cut 10% to help offset a nearly $300 million deficit.
They don't want to submit any reductions.
Residential property taxes are set to increase again, even as revenue from commercial real estate, the county's largest economic driver, continues to fall. And more than 200 Fairfax County government jobs, half of them currently vacant, are being slashed. Barbara Britt, WMAL and WMAL.com.
Coming up at noon, Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen addresses a rally outside the Department of Health and Human Services headquarters in Southwest D.C. to protest employee and funding cuts at the National Institutes of Health. He's accusing the Trump administration of endangering Americans' health and safety. If you're facing the federal budget acts, Fairfax County has a website to help you find a new career.
It offers links to places to get financial help as well as a number of other things. It also links to organizations that help people find new jobs. Top of the list, the Fairfax County Economic Development Authority.
Right now, we have over 90,000 jobs open in all of Northern Virginia.
Jobs in all sorts of fields are listed on this website, workinnorthernvirginia.com.
7 News' Tom Rousey. The largest airline at BWI Marshall is planning its first ever mass layoff of employees. Southwest says 1,750 jobs are going to go, nearly all of them in corporate and leadership positions. The airline employees.
Hey, you two fucking. What the hell do I call Andy and fucking Patrick? Do you know Will Durant is live? Do you want his address? Will Durant is live. You want to know where he's at? He's live. and he's trolling Rusty. But I won't go. I'm busy doing this. I'm not going to his chat. Was there the other day. He fucking muted me the fucking night before when I went up on his panel. And I'll play, oh, I like this one. I like that. No, you and Ziggy are in bed together. You're both a couple of fucking moron punk motherfuckers. Neither one of you have a fucking license. Fucking drug addict. Ziggy's a fucking cokehead. That's why he's an angry person. He's worse than Rob Noxious. Of course, they're all friends. And you're going to throw Empress in there too. Because they're all the same. So Will Durant is live. And from what I've seen, he's got 20 people in there watching. So, but I'm not going to go watch. Rusty comes after me and I don't even troll her. She blocks me. Acts like she's too good to associate with me. But she came in here, and then while she had a rent, she made fucking slamming me on her channel. But she's the one that gets attacked, Rocky. You know, Lorianne, she's the one who gets attacked. This fucking, you guys with Rusty, we need to fucking do something. Because I'm not going to put up with her. Nah. I haven't. And fucking Wiggin, I leave her alone because he knew what she's doing. He fucking went along with it. Hey, I watched him sit there and dox fucking Logical and Coffee Man. So Rusty knows all the tricks. She'll pay the fee to find somebody's police record. And it's like going to City Hall. You go there and you can get certain information, but they're going to charge you $5 or whatever. Ooh, big investigator. Oh, she's going to court. Oh, court Rusty. Seeing in this thing with Rusty and fucking Will Durant going back and forth.
It is 23 degrees right now. News Talk 105.9 WR.
Right there. That's her channel right there. But she doesn't really do it. You'll find out.
They don't have the House. They don't have the Supreme Court. They don't have Congress. So all they have is this administrative branch, and that is what they're
mad
to. But I defy identifying waste, fraud, abuse, duplication. How is that a bad thing?
Well, Democrats learned
all it would take just one.
WFA party. They used to have a rap band called WFA.
Fucking ignorant people. Really ignorant motherfuckers.
$600 million.
American blood spilled in Europe. Look at how these fuckers act.
Left-wing anti-Semite groups under the guise of environmentalism.
Sick of you fucks. You British fucks in these chat, you're not the fucking best. I can tell you that.
As much as I can, President Trump's interview last night, sitting down with Elon Musk and Sean Hannity on the Fox News channel. Great stuff. And a Trump White House official sitting down with a CNN anchor and giving her a little bit of what for, schooling her. She probably remembered that interview when she went home at the end of the day. I've got that for you coming up. And today, once again, hump day and the waking up in a pool of her own dried vomit. Clinton household, Hillary and Bill Clinton, not good people. They became very, very wealthy, too. I did a little more research on Chuck Schumer's net worth. He claims it's only $2.5 million. $2.5 million. That's what he says in his financial disclosures. But we know that he's the lizard king, so you can't believe a thing that he says about anything. Now, with that said, hump day in the Clinton household, that means it's mailbag day here at the Chris Plant Show. And here in the studio, I have in my hand The mailbag questions for the day. And I got to say, I had to do research on the first one because I said, I hadn't even noticed that. But our listeners are very smart people like you. And now the mailbag questions. Here is a question from Scott Davis. In the dead of winter, Tesla is being driven away with the leaves just starting to change color. And I said, I had noticed that. Michael Pearson and I, we went to anywhere. Thanks to the patriarchy. You're welcome. And sure enough, there's Sheryl Crow. And I made fun of this the other day because Sheryl Crow hate is their only value. It's a Democrat value. That and waste, fraud, and abuse. The kleptocracy is being protected by the dementocracy. That's, the Joe Biden's political party, the Democrat Party, they're all demented. But Sheryl Crow, I talked about this the other day. She had a Tesla because she was, posturing and virtue signaling that she got it's an electric car. She's slowing the rise of the oceans. And it's, $100,000 or whatever it is. Very expensive car. And Sheryl Crow, she's rich, has this terrible, awful, unfair, sexist, misogynist culture that she grew up in. And she sings, all I want to do is have some fun. I got a feeling I'm not the only one. Is that the song? Is that those lyrics? And check with Jasmine on this. And so she said, she announced, I sold my Tesla because I hate Donald Trump and I hate Elon Musk because they used to love Elon Musk. She bought the Elon Musk car, is one of the great innovators of our time, of our era. And she bought the car because it was fashionable and expensive and fancy and pretentious, and she could be self-righteous and preen and posture and virtue signal. And then we told you the story the other day. She announced, I've sold my Tesla because I hate, and I've given the money to NPR because they're funded by the taxpayers, and she wants to give more money to because they need.
Will Durant is live
and things to feed their many employees because they've got a 3-hour radio show with a staff of 30.
Jury's watching me because they take fucking screenshots and troll me. That just tells me that's, I'm getting views. They're viewing me.
Notice something that I hadn't noticed.
So,
Then she posted a video of her standing in the road and waving.
At least I only stick my finger up my nose. At least I'm not snorting cocaine. I watched that Donald J. Plump show his little baggie on JC's panel that night. Talk about that, JC. Where's your good friend Donald J. Plump?
Around private property where rich people live.
That fucking guy.
Crow would live.
He's still in these chats. There's no doubt. Unless he died. Fucker probably overdosed. He's a cokehead. Another one.
It looks like it's not February.
I don't really give a fuck if you snort coke. No, we're all adults.
It's clear that the leaves
personally, I'd never snort it. If I ever did coke, I'd smoke it.
And so
I wouldn't snort nothing.
Still orange and yellow.
I'd smoke it.
Falling off the
Same with opium.
In February,
when it comes my time, give me some opium.
Hookah. Selling or whatever her Tesla automobile. That's great. And I said, Scott Davis, we looked at the video. I said, Scott Davis, that's a great question. How do you explain that? And he says, even her posts are lies. And Scott Davis is right. Sheryl Crow is a liar and a fraud and a show.
This ain't gonna make some people happy. Because they love Sheryl Crow.
So then they have
fucking libtard bitch.
Crow fires back at MAGA's quote fraud end quote allegations over Tesla donations.
Let's hope Al Qaeda doesn't slice your head off. There, fucking Sheryl Crow.
Sheryl Crow wants you to believe that she sat on a now viral Tesla donation video for 3 months before unleashing it.
Yeah, they quit posting, Andy.
Saturday morning after reading Zach Dean's post where he walked.
I haven't really timed anybody out for more than a minute.
Virtue signaling spree. And I was suspicious, he says. I couldn't get past the fact that Cheryl Crow's Tesla video was shot in the fall with leaves changing, right? Then on Monday afternoon, reached out to Cheryl Crow's publicist, and who never responded, of course, to my questions. And get a load of this explanation from Cheryl Crow on the timing of the video. And this article points out that, well, Cheryl Crow posted another video, right, explaining her first video, because somebody noticed that this video she shot that showed her just the other day getting rid of her Tesla and donating the money to National Panhandler Radio, taxpayer-funded propaganda for the Democrat Party, for the left. They hate the Jews. And here's what Cheryl Crow posted.
Wow, I didn't know my post was going to blow up the way that it did. Thank you for people that were loving, for using the hate side of things.
Now, I just wanted to pause right there, because on the hate side of things, you got rid of your automobile because of your hate, okay? I don't know if you're, they use the words, but they don't know what they mean. They don't understand what they mean. It's your hatred that led to your getting rid of the Tesla and posting the video that you shot months ago. I guess you got rid of the car months ago, even though you just posturing and posing the other day claimed that you just got rid of your Tesla, and you posted an idiot video of yourself waving goodbye to the car while the leaves are changing behind you, clearly a different season than we're in now. And you say, to those that are on the hate side of things, you are the one on the hate side of things. It was your hatred for Donald Trump, and then that extends now to Elon Musk, one of the planet's great people, because you hate so much, you had to get rid of your car and then claim that you gave the money to NPR. She continued with her fatuous fraud.
Yeah, there were some leaves on the tree because, yes, I did donate my Tesla right after the election. But this is the week that I got the confirmation back that the money went to NPR, which is something that I care about.
Yeah.
Everybody can donate a car to something that they care about. For me, it was important because I understood that NPR would be going away. And that is where I get my news, as well as PBS.
NPR would be going away. She understood everything she knows is wrong. She gets her news from MSDNC. Defunding NPR doesn't mean that NPR goes away, but it should be defunded because it's a propaganda outlet. It is the most elaborate propaganda apparatus the world has ever seen, NPR and PBS for that matter. And by the way, if you want to donate your car to NPR, you can donate your car to NPR. You don't have to sell it. They'll come get it. They'll pick it up. I know this because a 90-something-year-old woman in my building asked me for help. She wanted to donate her car. She decided to stop driving, and she wanted my help and my best girl's help donating her car. And she wanted to donate it to NPR, and I wouldn't agree with that, but she's a 90-something-year-old woman, and so I helped her. And NPR screwed it up, and they said, oh, we'll be there Wednesday between 1 and 3. And I was there, and they didn't show up. And called NPR, and they're like, oh, that's next week, So they're just tricking a 90-something-year-old woman. But they'll take your car. They'll take anything you give them. They'll take your children. They'll take your house. They'll take your lake house, your boat. They'll take anything you have. It's a shakedown operation. It's more money laundering. But you don't have to sell it and then wait for confirmation that they got your money. What country are you living in, you dimwit? So she made up a lie, and our first mailbag question caught her, Scott Davis. Just great stuff. Wonderful. So thank you, Scott. Yeah, she was caught. She's nailed. Big lie. And then she lied about it after she got caught because she's a liberal. What more do you need to know?
He used to be adored by the left,
Elon Musk, I used to be adored by the left. So they all bought your car. Now they're selling them. They should be self-immolate. Well, one did self-immolate he rented it, though. He didn't buy it. One Democrat killed himself in a Tesla in front of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas, a non-news story, because the extremists all voted for Trump, not the suicidal death bomb people. Honestly. Barry Tolbert, next mailbag question. Hey, Christopher, he says, if Elon Musk was to cure cancer, do you think liberals would scream, Elon Musk is putting oncologists, oncology nurses, and radiology techs out of work? That if, remember when Joe Biden was going to have the cancer moonshot, and he was going to cure cancer. He didn't lift a finger. He didn't do a thing. It was all a huge lie. He's a psychopath, honestly. I'd rather have corn pop in the White House than Joe Biden. Yes, Barry, I do. And then secondly, they'd scream, women and minorities hit hardest. Because he cured cancer, and it's true, and the oncology nurses would skew female and or minority, and liberals would be very upset about that. Barry, you're on to them. You've got their number. You've cracked the code. It's exactly what they do. Frank the Lib. He called in. Well, he calls in from time to time. He's in the Chicago area, Frank the Lib. And he sent a number of questions because, you just can't shut a lib up. So he's got question after question. And said, since he took office, what has Drumpf, D-R-U-M-P-F, so he's a hater, done that has benefited you? Well, the United States government is now investigating waste, fraud, and abuse of my money and yours, Frank. We now have a government that's on our side and not on the side of Iran and Hamas and Mexican cartels, but on the side of the United States of America. And how many more murders do you want? Honestly, Frank, we had a mother of 5 murdered in Maryland while she was jogging by an illegal alien gang member that you Democrats waved into the country because you love murder and mayhem. Rachel Morin was murdered not far from this radio station by an illegal alien. Laken Riley was murdered by an illegal alien in Georgia, a nursing student, a college student. So how's it benefited me? I don't want to live in a country where murder by illegal aliens is as commonplace as you would like, Frank. And And which Biden policy affected you? Well, the Biden policies that affected the Rachel Morin family and the Laken Riley family, those affected me too. I don't like crime in the same way that Democrats like crime. I don't like murder. I don't like sexual assault. I don't like widowers who have 5 children at home as much as you like, Frank. I like the energy in the United States to be cheap and abundant because that's good for everyone. I like a secure border because that's good for everyone. You see that Green Berets have now been dispatched to Mexico, working with the Mexican military to train them up to fight the cartels that are responsible for tens of thousands of drug overdoses in the United States every year, Frank. Which Biden policy affected me? The weakness of the United States of America led to war in Europe, which President Trump is now working to bring to an end. Led to war in the Middle East. But I know, Frank, you guys are out there terrorizing Orthodox Jews in New York, terrorizing a Jewish family in Brentwood, Los Angeles, California. I don't like terrorism, Frank. I like the United States of America. I also like the truth. And I would like our government agencies to be responsible with our tax dollars. And I don't want to see them giving $600 million to create a slush fund for radical left-wing so-called nonprofit groups that are funneling the money to Hamas, which is a genocidal, racist death cult. So those are just a couple of thoughts off the top of my head, Frank.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Attention taxpayers. The IRS is intensifying collections in 2025. If you owe $10,000 or more or have unfiled tax returns, it's time to take action. Tax Network USA's experienced lawyers have saved clients over $1 billion. They're ready to negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Don't risk wage garnishment, property seizure, or losing your home. Call 1-800-278-9000 today. Get the help you need at 1-800-278-9000 or visit tnusa.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
75 years of research, 75 years of policy, 75 years of opportunity.
75 years of freedom.
This is 75 years of the Muscular Dystrophy Association.
Join us at mda75.org.
YouTube personality Betty Johnson has cracked the code on a new era of newsmaking.
Very controversial, very strong opinions. A person who speaks truth fearlessly, breaking for nobody.
It's a new cultural landscape.
We're not trying to politicize this. People are primed now, and forgive me, dude, it is what it is. Here's what's going on in your country. Bro,
The Benny Show.
get ready. If this is something that you needed to put a little pep in your step. No? Yeah? Okay.
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Bright Focus Foundation's Alzheimer's Disease Research Program is paving the way for a cure. Learn about symptoms, diagnosis, and breakthrough research at brightfocus.org or call us at 1-855-345-6237 for free resources. Every time I feel my baby kick, I sing. You don't understand. I never sing. I'm not good at singing. I'm the only person I know who's been booed off a karaoke stage. But that was before I was pregnant. Today, I'm a singer with a captive audience of one. She doesn't boo me. She never will. We know how it feels. We're the March of Dimes. Find out how we can help you have a healthier baby at marchofdimesbaby.org.
School absences are often due to the absence of necessary resources. But when Communities in Schools is present, students are connected to the support they need to show up ready to learn. Visit communitiesinschools.org. Being present matters.
My baby brother, a father. Come on, it's time for his nap. Whoa, he can't sleep on his stomach. Babies should always sleep on their backs in a safety-approved crib, and the sleep area should be clear of blankets, toys, and other loose or soft items. It reduces the risk of SIDS. SIDS? You know, sudden infant death syndrome.
Guess I need to start studying up on safe sleep for little man here. Being his favorite uncle comes with big responsibilities.
For more information, visit safetosleep.nichd.nih.gov. Sponsored by the Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Human Development.
Imagine the hospital experience. There's a constant parade of suit.
As a young adult at this point in your life, you probably have a lot of questions. Like, what's next? What does my future hold? The thing is, there's no right answer, only your answer. Your friendships, experiences, and purpose. It's all your choice. So what will you choose? As you make choices about the future, the military can be a resource for information to help bring a fulfilling path into focus. A public service message from the Department of Defense. To learn more, visit todaysmilitary.com.
Miss anything? Don't worry, we've got you covered. Get today's breaking news on the Vince Colonnade Show, weekdays 3 to 6, right here on WMA.
All right, let's go. I've got amazing stuff coming up. President Trump and Elon Musk and CNN and a couple of amazing CNN moments. Not on purpose, of course. All right, let's go to the phones. Let's go to Mark, calling from the land of Lincoln, from Illinois. Mark, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Morning, Chris. How you doing?
Very well, Mark.
Let's call it land of Lincoln. Oh, land of leaving.
The land of leaving. Save you a lot of money and be safer if you get out.
So anyway, I heard somebody call in about an hour ago when I was you guys were talking about the office for claiming on time.
Yeah.
And they made a lot of money.
Yeah.
So why can't, how they've been clamoring about President Trump?
Yeah.
Why aren't we able to see theirs?
Well, you remember we played some of this yesterday or the day before when Rachel Maddow went on television and bragged about getting Trump tax returns illegally leaked her by somebody, presumably at the IRS, and she is waving around the tax returns of Donald Trump. Felonies were committed there, getting Rachel Maddow Trump tax returns, right? And nobody was held accountable.
You heard. We've got some significant breaking news tonight. Donald Trump's tax returns.
Yes. And Mark, that was a felony.
Yeah, I agree. And why wasn't she held accountable?
Well, because Washington is a very corrupt city. Democrats are very corrupt.
This is the Chris Plant Show. WMAL-FM, Woodbridge, Washington, a Cumulus media station. Making sense of the news. Talk 105.9. News now.
WMAL News at 11:30. I'm Heather Curtis. President Trump's Labor Secretary nominee is being grilled on the Hill this morning by members of her own party about her past support of the Protecting the Right to Organize Act. The former Republican congresswoman told senators that labor laws need to be updated and modernized to reflect today's workforce and the nation's business environment. If confirmed, she says she would implement President Trump's policies. As federal workers keep getting pink slips, unemployment claims in the district are spiking. The Department of Labor said the number of claims filed for the week ending on February 8th were up 36% from the previous week and about 4 times more than last year at this time. Still, it's unclear if firing federal workers accounts for the increase. Up next, traffic and weather.
This report is sponsored by True Green. They're back in the miller's yard who now use True Green. Their lawn started looking like a fairway and pro golfers started showing up. They love playing this lawn. Get a PGA Tour quality lawn for as little as $1 a day at TrueGreen.com. Exclusions apply. See TrueGreen.com for details.
Here's Steve Hirshorn in the Hadid Perfect Cleaning Traffic Center.
The slowest stretch of the Beltway now is going to be on the outer loop, leaving Montgomery County heading into Virginia. The road work is on the outer loop before this whole road again today along the right. The backup begins after River Road now across the Legion Bridge into Fairfax County. Fairfax County Parkway extremely slow once again today southbound. The left lane is blocked at Pope's Head Road for the midday construction. 95 in Virginia northbound pretty heavy into the work zone north of Lorton before the Fairfax County Parkway along the right. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Today, mostly cloudy, light evening snow south of town. Flurries possible elsewhere. Highs in the lower 30s. Right now, 23 degrees in Washington. I'm Heather Curtis on WMAL.
The Putting on Airs podcast is half redneck, half Bosch. Ain't you fancy for being a fan? Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Green light. Hey girl, school zone. I'm getting hungry. Car changing lanes. You want to meet me for pizza? Stop sign. Intersection clear. Yeah, street. Pizza sounds good. Ballin Street? Girlin Street!
It's hard to concentrate on 2 things at once, like texting and driving. Stop the text, stop the wrecks. How will you stop texting and driving? Tell us at stoptextstopwrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Follow TV star Lala Kent holds nothing back. When someone tries to get hypey with me,
You match energy.
I do match, and it's all joke. Yes. Get to know the TV personality. It is one specific storyline that lasts 14 weeks plus a couple reunions, and then you move on. And the mom. My parenting, and actually Ocean really liked it. Would you like a cookie? And some Taylor Swift? Shake it off. Give them Lala. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Blowing out your birthday candles should be easy, but if you have undiagnosed COPD, you may find yourself short of breath. Early diagnosis and treatment can add years to your life. If you have symptoms like wheezing or chronic cough, talk to your doctor and visit copdfoundation.org today.
No one knows music like Rolling Stone. Senior writer Brian Hyatt talks the biggest music news from the biggest stars.
Raphael
So there's a whole lot to talk about. Bodyguard, that's kind of your song. Did you originally intend it for Beyonce? Everything is for me in the beginning. Okay. Take us through the life story of the Notorious B.I.G.
Here's this 14-year-old kid who feels like a prodigy.
You're also supposed to have an interview with Ghostface Killah, but he kind of ghosted on us, which I guess is appropriate.
Rolling Stone music now. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Making sense of your morning.
Lots of coverage here on that developing story.
O'Connor and Company, weekday mornings from 5 to 9.
Larry O'Connor here getting you through your morning.
Making sense of Washington.
Asking some very specific questions, some legitimate questions.
Making sense of the double standard.
Then here's the latest example.
Making sense of the headlines.
Let me break it down for you, because there's plenty to break down here.
O'Connor and Company with Larry O'Connor. Mornings from 5 to 9. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news. Making sense of Washington.
So it happened again? Is that what you're telling me? Yet another guest of this program now has a job in the Trump administration.
Vince Colonnade, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
The Trump transition team spending a lot of time on WMAL.com looking at all of the guests who have appeared on this program, which does bring a smile to my face. I do like that good people are getting good jobs.
Vince Colonnade, 6 p.m. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news. WMAL, making sense of world events. Because those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. Download the WMAL app to speed us for free.
Now, one of President Trump's White House staffers, Stephen Miller, who is very bright, very sharp, intelligent, well-informed. He's articulate, too, which is racist to say. But Stephen Miller went on CNN for some reason and had a little bit of back and forth with one of their anchor buddies, Breonna Keeler. And Breonna Keeler was going after oh gosh, we've got to keep government big. Government must grow. We need more government employees. We need more money laundering by the Democrat Party to fake environmental groups that are really funding Hamas, like the Alliance, a Climate Justice Alliance. Here's $600 million for our friends in the fake environmental movement. They've got to buy lake houses and boats because the Democrat Party is stealing our money all over the place and spreading it out to their friends, their political allies. And government must always grow. Now, at the same time, I talked about it yesterday, CNN announced that they were cutting staff about a month ago. NBC News announced they were cutting staff about a month ago. The Washington Post announced they were cutting staff about a month ago. Mark Zuckerberg announced he was cutting 4% of his workforce at his giant mega corporation, which has a population larger than Burkina Faso, greater number of people, I think. And Zuckerberg said that he's cutting 4% of the inefficient people working. He had 4% inefficient people. And the most inefficient people are being let go by Zuckerberg at his mega corp called Meta, right? And that's fine. Those are not news stories. But if you cut 400 employees from the FAA, then the Democrats try to blame you for a plane crash in Canada where a plane flipped over because the FAA has nothing to do with Canada. The federal in FAA is the federal government of the United States, not Canada. They don't have statehood yet. But the Democrats become outraged and honestly cutting 400 people from they've got 45,000 employees at the FAA. You cut 400 employees. That is fewer than 0.1% of the employees there. All right? 0.1%. And that's just based on 40,000 people cutting 400. That's 0.1%. So it's actually fewer than 0.1% because they have 45,000 employees there. And how dare you cut anybody from the government roles? And that is the role of CNN and Breonna Keeler at CNN, interviewing Stephen Miller, sharp, bright, articulate.
I would say that it's pretty standard when you're downsizing government. You make cuts, you assess those cuts, you see who needs to be rehired, who needs to be kept, who needs to be
That's not what happened here, Stephen. You
These
know
are
that
all-
they
these
were
are all
they were
normal
rescinded.
things.
These aren't normal things. These
I
were
understand. I
terminations that were
understand that
rescinded.
Rescinded?
I understand that even a temporary interruption in federal employment is a great crisis, a catastrophe for you and for CNN. What the American people see is a government that is finally delivering a promise of accountability under President Trump.
But do you know the word rescinded? I don't know that word. I'm going to look up rescinded. Do you think she had intended or attempted to say rescinded? Is that what she was looking for? Reversed, struck down? What is that? What is that? No, you know. Well, you're downsizing up. You know, Bill Clinton and Al Gore downsized government by more than 400,000 employees. 400,000 government employees by Bill Clinton, and the media applauded. And then they had sex with Bill Clinton, and they released Al Gore's chakra. They couldn't wait. Everywhere Al Gore goes, he wants his chakra released. And the news media, they helped him release his chakra again and again. Stephen Miller was having none of this, and he did it very pleasantly. He was very courteous with a smile on his face. And Breonna Taylor, you heard her interrupt him, just jump in the middle of a sentence, which they never, ever do to a filthy, rotten, stinking Democrat who's laundering our money and funneling it to their pals, their friends and family. But she jumped right in and just started talking over him and used a word rescinded, which nobody knows, but it continued.
You want to have a conversation about transparency? Let me ask you a question. Do you have any idea where the $22 billion that the Department of Health and Human Services provided to illegal aliens under Joe Biden is right now? $22 billion with the B. That's enough to provide a free house to every homeless veteran in America. Where's the $22 billion? I don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows. Joe Biden just spent it, and now it's gone. Transparency begins with having an accounting of where every federal dollar is spent. And God bless President Trump for leading this effort.
$22 billion. Hey, how about we build homes for every homeless veteran? You served in the military, now you're on hard times, you're on the street, you're homeless, you're in a shelter. $22 billion, which is real American money. Just amazing. And he stuck that in her face, and she didn't know what to say or where to go. Amazing stuff. Now, Stephen Miller was on a tear.
You may assert there's no waste in the Pentagon. You may assert there's no waste in Treasury.
I'm not
You may
asserting. I
assert
don't
there's
think
no
anybody's
waste in
going to
HHS.
Stephen. Stephen, I don't think
Then
anybody.
we're celebrating these cuts. If you agree there is waste, if you agree there is abuse, if you agree there is corruption, why are you not celebrating the cuts, the reforms that are being instituted every day that no action is taken? The entire
Stephen, let's calm
salaries of American workers that are taxed disappear forever.
Stephen, let's calm down.
Stephen, let's calm down. No, how about you stop interrupting me and start speaking in truths and in reality, Stephen Miller?
We are saving Americans billions of dollars, that we are ending the theft and waste and grift and corruption, that we are stopping American taxpayer dollars from subsidizing a rogue federal bureaucracy that has been relentlessly weaponized against the American people.
Okay,
you may
Stephen,
not care about
I'm
this
not
issue.
talking about
Your colleagues
whether
may not care about this issue,
area
but we care
to
about this
cut in
issue.
the
The
government. I
American
understand
people
that,
care about
Stephen.
this issue.
They also care about
And
privacy.
the American public overwhelmingly supports what President Trump is doing.
Propaganda, just pure Democrat Party propaganda. It's not an interview. It's not a conversation. It's propaganda.
You mentioned yesterday illegal immigrants who are getting child tax credits. Are you looking for that information in the IRS data?
Anytime a crime is committed, of course there should be an investigation. Is it your position that if somebody who is
Stephen,
here
are you looking for that
criminally is stealing
information in the
taxpayer
IRS
dollars,
data?
the federal government will find every illegal alien who is stealing American taxpayer dollars. And that's what Americans
will you
expect
find
to
that in the
happen.
IRS
I don't
data
even
and
fathom
share
the
that with
premise
law
of your
enforcement?
question.
She's trying to prevent the government from looking at IRS data. It's the federal government which owns the IRS, runs the IRS, which the Democrats under Barack Obama and Joe Biden abused the IRS to target their political enemies of the Democrat Party, Tea Party groups and patriot groups. They have no patriot groups on the Democrat side. And the IRS was required after legal action to pay millions of dollars to the Tea Party groups because they were viciously, politically, criminally targeted by the Democrat Party to sideline them so the Democrats could steal more seats in Congress by sidelining these patriot groups and so on. Breonna Keister. Sure it is.
Social security numbers. They have fake identities. Those are felons. Why should there be an entire class in this country that is immunized from criminal prosecution and arrest for committing felonies?
Imagine that. No, the news media, she sat there very calmly too. No, we don't want to look at government waste fraud. This is the role of the fourth estate of the news media. It's supposed to be holding government feet to the fire, not just attacking Republicans and sleeping with Democrats, which is what the American news media does. Now, this morning, amazingly, Democrat radical extremist Congressman Ted Lieu from California was on CNN, and the anchor woman was Pamela Brown. And we were shocked by this, Michael and I, that Pamela Brown asked a question about all the money being wasted. They must have been shamed and disgraced by Stephen Miller into asking this question.
We have confirmed some of the cuts the Doge team has been making, and they do include things like gender-affirming healthcare in Guatemala, teaching people in Kazakhstan to fight back against internet trolls, voluntary male circumcisions in Mozambique, creating work opportunities for young LGBTQI plus people in Serbia. Are these things that you think taxpayer money from the U.S. taxpayer money should be spent on? And how do you think taxpayers knew their money was going to these causes?
Circumcision.
So happy to have a discussion on the funding of USAID and what some of these programs are going to. But what the administration cannot do is randomly freeze the funding to all these programs that Congress has already appropriated.
Congress has appropriated money for male circumcision in Mozambique. Not female circumcision, which they do here in the United States now. Genital mutilation, child genital mutilation. The Democrat Party, so good for Pamela Brown. Oh, CNN, we have confirmed some of these, like, gender affirming whatever in wherever. And why is it always genital related with the Democrat Party? Everywhere in the world, all these billions of dollars, it's always related to somebody's genitals. You people need help, and I'm not willing to pay for it, honestly. Now, last night you may have seen some of this, but let's go to soundbite number one. Elon Musk sat down with Sean Hannity and President Trump. There was a lot of Elon Musk. There was a lot of back and forth, really. But Sean Hannity talking to, at the same time, President Trump and Elon Musk, who were seated side by side, and Musk is wearing a T-shirt and a black jacket and some jeans, President Trump in his usual suit. And it was really a lot of fun. And these guys obviously really like each other. Elon Musk.
When these attacks occur, the thing that they're accusing the administration of is what they are guilty of. They're saying that things are being done unconstitutional, but what they are doing is unconstitutional. They are guilty of the crime of which they accuse us.
That's always the first thing they do.
Yeah.
It's in violation of the Constitution. They don't even know what they're talking. Well, it's just a con job. It's a big con job.
They are guilty. Elon Musk said, whatever they accuse you of, it's what they're guilty of, which reminded us of the left-wing radical Democrat career politician Victoria Nuland.
It is classic Russian technique to blame on the other guy what they're planning to do themselves.
That's exactly, and that's what Elon Musk spotted. They just accused us of doing exactly what they're doing. And Victoria Nuland, the Democrat, Obama administration, Clinton administration, I think she was in the Biden administration too. They always come back for more, then they go off and make billions. Victoria Nuland, classic Russian technique, Soviet technique to accuse you of doing what they know they are doing, because it blows up the debate about what they're doing when you call them on it. Oh, we've already accused you of that. And then it's a stupid, running around the maypole. President Trump on the phony baloney news media.
They're so bad for the country, so dangerous and so bad. And the media is so bad. When I watch MSNBC, which I don't watch much, but you have to watch the enemy on occasion, the level of arrogance and cheating, and they're just horrible people. These are
lie.
horrible people.
They tell
They're
conspiracy
liars.
theories.
And they start up with the Constitution. They couldn't care less about the Constitution. CNN, likewise.
That's a fact. Oh, we got a word that had to destroy the Constitution in order to save it. Had to destroy democracy in order to save it. Had to destroy the United States of America in order to save it. The left lies about everything, and Elon Musk has noticed it too.
I guess we must be over the target of doing something right. You know, if like they wouldn't be complaining so much if we weren't doing something useful, I think. But what all we're really trying to do here is restore the will of the people through the president. And what we're finding is that there's an unelected bureaucracy. Speaking of unelected, there's a vast federal bureaucracy that is implacably opposed to the president and the cabinet.
It's one of the things we're learning, and we knew this, the deep state, the permanent bureaucracy. I've called it the permanent bureaucracy forever and ever. And this is coming to light now. I've lived in Washington a long time. I've covered these departments and agencies, 10 years at the Pentagon. The permanent bureaucracy is, and Musk sums it up beautifully. We're not living in a democracy. We're living in a bureaucracy. Elon Musk.
I think the average taxpaying American should be mad as hell because their tax money is being totally spent.
I'm sure you love that taxpayer money was spent on a DEI musical in Ireland, or a transgender opera in Colombia, or a transgender.
It sounds like how can these things be real? But this is actually what was done. It sounds like a comedy sketch.
I have 20 pages.
Right. It's not. It's a list a mile long.
And then they talked about how the news media is trying to drive a wedge between them because the news media is a corrupt political operation.
Now I see they want you two to start. They want a divorce. They want you two to start hating each other. And they try. Oh, President Elon Musk, for example. You do know that they're doing that to you.
Oh, I see it all the time. They tried it, then they stopped. That wasn't. They have many different things of hatred. Actually, Elon called me. He said, they're trying to drive us apart. I said, absolutely. They said, we have breaking news. Donald Trump has ceded control of the presidency to Elon Musk. President Musk will be attending a cabinet meeting tonight at 8:00. And I say, It's just so obvious. They're so bad at it. I used to think they were good at it. They're actually bad at it, because if they were good at it, I'd never be president.
That's a fact check. It was great stuff. I got to say, Trump was great. Elon Musk was great. And they obviously really like each other and get along. The most powerful man in the world is sitting next to the richest man in the world, who has his own space program and a top secret security clearance. Another lie the Democrats spread from Congress to the media. But what's the difference? They're Democrats. These are interesting times. There's nothing more important than what is true. The truth is the most important thing in the world.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Every time I feel my baby kick, I sing. You don't understand. I never sing. I'm not good at singing. I'm the only person I know who's been booed off a karaoke stage. But that was before I was pregnant. Today, I'm a singer with a captive audience of one. She doesn't boo me. She never will. We know how it feels. We're the March of Dimes. Find out how we can help you have a healthier baby at marchofdimesbaby.org.
Making sense of Washington.
So it happened again? Is that what you're telling me? Yet another guest of this program now has a job in the Trump administration.
Vince Colonnade, days 3 to 6 p.m.
The Trump transition team spending a lot of time on WMAL.com looking at all of the guests who have appeared on this program, which does bring a smile to my face. I do like that good people are getting good jobs.
Vince Colonnade, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m. News Talk 105.9.
Durant over there playing like that's the first time Rusty ever fucking screamed like that on a panel. She does it all the time. She'd come up on JC's just screaming like a banshee. Now Tiffany over there, you're just friends. No, Will Durant, you're always talking about the way you're always drooling. How come you're not drooling over Tiffany? You don't think she's beautiful? She doesn't like it when you don't say she's beautiful. You're an idiot, Tiffany. You really are. You're a fucking idiot. That's why you can only get guys like Charlie and Ziggy and Will Durant now. How you feel about that, Wolfie? He's all fucking buddying up to Tiffany now. I never liked her. I never liked you, Tiffany, because I knew what you were right from the start. I know exactly what you are. Now you're out there talking about creatine and all that shit like you're some fucking health specialist. When for 20 years you didn't live healthy. You smoked. You're fucking fat and overweight. You can't walk out in a bikini. You got fucking stretch marks on your thighs. Haven't even been pregnant and you got fucking stretch marks across your belly. Tiffany wears stretch marks. So kudos to Mina. Those are only supplements. You still have to eat a balanced diet. And you don't go, she's making that muscle. She's got her fucking hand up there pushing that. I can't do it because mine are hard. Okay? Hard to push that fucker up because that motherfucker's hard. Right? But she's pushing that fucking fat up there to make her look like she's got a big arm. That's what she's doing when she's doing. She's got that. She's trying. She's trying. Push that foot. Mine won't. That motherfucker's hard. It only fucking take one. Wiggin. In a bar, I'd grab you by the seat of the pants and fucking run you right out the door. You fucking want to get me aggravated? Will Durant, you better smarten up. I'm the one that gives you your fucking ideas. And yes, misogynistic, male chauvinist, what do you call female? They're feminist. The Rush Limbaugh called them feminazi. They hate men. And then there's JC. I just can't gather it. Why would a man sign for his 17-year-old daughter, marry a 42-year-old man? It just, you gonna get mad at me for bringing it up, Wiggin? Huh? Too fucking bad. Ziggy and all that. Yeah, Will Durant uses my mother. He's a lying fucker. He's the first one who'll make like he's your friend, and he'll piss on your back and tell you it's raining. You're no better than Rusty, Will Durant. You're right in with him. Rain in his chat over there. Me and JT like Rusty. Oh, why? Because she's Hispanic, Mexican, whatever the fuck you are. What a dumb shit. JT, you and your girlfriend here, you guys, you go ahead, keep doing your shtick. I don't really give a shit. I'm the real historian around here. I tell the truth. And many a truth told in jest.
It's what they do. They're untrustworthy. Commies. All right, let's grab a phone call, Mike. Let's go to Ken, calling from the great state of Florida. Oh, I apologize. It's Kent. Kent, you're on the Chris Plant Show. Hey, buddy, I'm great.
Called to ask a couple questions and to make a comment. And the comment is, landed in Canada. I noticed that I saw this morning. Once the right wing was gone, then everything turned upside down. Yeah. So I thought that was a kind of a political analogy, except with an actual plane. With an actual plane that it has to have both wings. With a political plane, it would better without the left.
That's good. I'm afraid the clock is running on you, so you should be quick.
All right. Michael Flynn, has he been pardoned? And the Marine Colonel Stewart, I think, that complained against the withdrawal from Afghanistan, has he been reinstated?
Very good questions. I do not. Well, let me see. Trump pardons Michael Flynn, extending case. I'm not sure if General Michael Flynn, who's a great American, but I did just find, since you asked, a headline from November saying Trump pardons Michael Flynn, but he.
We are one nation under God, indivisible, together.
Oh, they went off or something. Fucking idiots. What the fuck? Why does that do that? Fucking weird. Holy fuck.
Baltimore guns as the Medicaid spike could exceed $1.2 billion. The federal government and the state were sharing costs in a 50-50 measure. More of the burden to the state taxpayers. Scotland on WMAL and WMAL.com.
Thousands of federal employees have been shown the door in the first month of President Trump's administration as the president says he's cutting waste and fraud from the federal government. There's no official number of how many people have been let go. OPM says about 75,000 workers took the buyout. So far, we know many who have been fired are probationary workers, including 1,000 at the VA. The IRS says it will lay off thousands more in the middle of tax season, and the jobs more than 5,000 probationary employees at HHS are on the line as unions representing federal employees sue. One local county is offering help to federal workers who've either been laid off or fearful of losing their job.
Right now, we have over 90,000 jobs open in all of Northern Virginia.
Victor Hoskins, head of Fairfax County's Economic Development Authority, says many of those jobs are well suited for federal worker skills.
Especially if you have any kind of tech talent, we're the richest tech talent market with job availability in the country right now.
Hoskins telling 7 News.
If they have a security clearance, that is a very high value in our market.
The website, workinnorthernvirginia.com. Barbara Britt, WMAL and WMAL.com.
Checking your money, the Dow's down 88 points, the Nasdaq down 2. Traffic and weather next.
Working hard is worth it if you're seeing results. And when it comes to working out, the same thing is true. You want the maximum benefit in the time you have, and that's exactly what Tonal is built for.
And with their latest iteration, Tonal 2, you can ensure your workout is more tailored and effective than ever. Tonal's at-home strength training system uses adaptive weight to learn from your movement and set the optimal weight for every move, adjusting in 1 pound increments up to 250 pounds, challenging even the most advanced users to push their limits. You can also experience a full body burn with the new Arrowhit workouts, the perfect blend of heart pumping cardio and strength. Plus, the new built-in Smart View leverages a high-resolution camera that lets you see yourself during your workout, analyzes your movement, and provides real-time coaching, just like a personal trainer. Right now, Tonal is offering our listeners $200 off your Tonal purchase with promo code Tonal200. That's Tonal.com and use promo code Tonal200 for $200 off your purchase. That's Tonal.com, promo code Tonal200 for $200 off.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Attention taxpayers. The IRS is intensifying collections in 2025. If you owe $10,000 or more or have unfiled tax returns, it's time to take action. Tax Network USA's experienced lawyers have saved clients over $1 billion. They're ready to negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Don't risk wage garnishment, property seizure, or losing your home. Call 1-800-278-9000 today. Get the help you need at 1-800-278-9000 or visit tnusa.com.
Here's Steve Hirschhorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
Now we head over to the Burke, Virginia area where it's extremely slow both ways on the Fairfax County Parkway southbound. The backup begins at Braddock Road to the work zone at Pope's Head Road along the left. Northbound, they're also working at Pope's Head Road in the left lane, and the northbound delay begins at Burke Center Parkway. Around the Beltway, the outer loop after Georgetown Pike before the toll road, the right lane is closed for roadwork, but right now it's really not causing much of a delay. Northbound 95 is pretty heavy into the work zone north of Lorton before the Fairfax County Parkway in the right lane. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Flurries and light snow this afternoon and into the evening. We'll see minor accumulation, especially south of D.C., where a winter weather advisory has been posted, mid-20s to lower 30s. Tomorrow, light snow, perhaps a coating inside around the Beltway, 27 to 32. I'm 7 News meteorologist Steve Rudin in the First Alert Weather Center.
Right now in Washington, 24 degrees. I'm Heather Curtis on News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Now, 105.9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app. Dan Bongino.
From the NYPD to the Secret Service to behind the microphone, taking the fight to the radical left and the putrid swamp. You're listening to the Dan Bongino Show. Here is Dan Bongino.
Okay, so this is going to be a kind of a tough opening segment to take for a while because it's like this opening segment. Let me kind of prep you for it. It's going to be like watching a movie with an ambiguous kind of ending where you really don't tie it up and you don't really feel fulfilled. When I go to a movie, I don't know about you, pretty soon, but I just want you to answer the question. Like, you wrote the movie for a reason, not me. So, like, I think I like that movie Vanilla Sky. But was it a dream? Was it not? Like, just to answer the question. Just put a little thing on the screen at the end, right, Jim, that says, here is what this thing meant. And you meant, I didn't see the damn movie, you did. So I don't like movies like that. And I hate segments like that, too. But I have to be candid with you. This opening segment is going to leave you maybe a little bit unfulfilled. Because we're not dogs or cats. We're praying mantises. We're human beings. We're conscious beings. And we think in narrative, stories. Everything should be tied up. There should be a beginning, a middle, and an end. I'm not suggesting that we're in any way simplistic. I mean, I'm human too. That's not what I'm saying. I'm simply suggesting that the human mind, that's the way it processes information in a file drawer. It likes answers and it likes the word I hate the most, even worse than literally, is closure. But it doesn't. It likes to just close the book on things. It's why you feel terrible after watching a movie and they don't give you the answer. Like, just give me the damn answer. Folks, the situation in Ukraine, there is no easy answer. If you're looking for one, I don't want to be the bad guy, but you might as well tune out now. If you want information that'll help you maybe get to an answer, this is going to be the show for you today. But again, if you're looking for some Aesop's fable like denouement at the end where everything's clear, that's not good, because that's not what's going on over there. There are good people doing bad things over there, good people doing good things, mediocre people doing nothing, which makes it a bad thing, bad people doing bad things, and even some bad people who've been bad doing good things. Well, that doesn't answer. It's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. I bring this up because I'm really tiring rather quickly, as you are probably as well, of oversimplified arguments, especially on X, which I enjoy the platform a lot. You know, X and Truth are my favorite places to do preparation for the show. But I'm exhausting quickly of stupid arguments by both Democrats and old school Republicans about how this guy's bad, this guy's good, therefore everything this guy does we should accept, and everything we do with that guy should be resolutely condemned. I'm sorry, but that's childish. Like I said before, folks, Vladimir Putin is not a good guy. However, Vladimir Putin has these weapons. They're called nuclear. George W. Bush, nuclear. Oh, nuclear, Jim say. Nuclear. Yes, that's it. They actually have those. That's real. They can cause kind of a problem like global annihilation. So it's easy to say, yes, he's a bad guy. Yes, he does really bad things. I've been in Russia twice. I've experienced firsthand what a lot of journalists only talk about. We uncovered a mole in Russia. I already showed you the story. Just, you want to look it up? You think, oh, damn. You look it up yourself. Here, take a break. Go to your search engine. Put in Secret Service, United States Embassy, Russian spy. I'll give you a second. Oh, yeah, look. That was me and a Secret Service agent friend of mine who outed that person years ago. So I've got a lot of experience over there. However, Russia is part of this place. I don't mean to sound like a jerk to the guy. This is intended for the liberals. Russia's in this place called Earth. It's a planet in our solar system, which exists in a galaxy. These planets orbit this thing called the sun. We live with these people. There are a lot of them. They are called Russians. They have a president. No, he's not elected. They're not real elections. He's fake elected, but he's there. So these comments on Twitter, hey, man, we just got to get behind the good guys, and with no serious evaluation of what is going to happen as we pile endless pools of money into a war with no exit ramp, no battle plan other than keep the Ukrainians alive long enough to wear down the Russians and just hope they get out, despite no evidence that's going to happen. That's not really a plan. And you telling me who the bad guys and the good guys are, like we're reading a Tarzan comic book, is not helping. I bring it up because I'm sitting there this morning doing what I do. You know, my workout in the morning, trying to get ready for the day, get the juices flowing, and I'm doing some cardio. And I read this article in the Daily Mail, which I try not to get too emotional. You know, I prefer to be a spreadsheets type of guy, passionate, but not emotional. And I read this article in the Daily Mail that really had me ticked off. It's from this morning. Ukrainian President Zelensky condemns Trump. Ukrainian leader says Trump is in a disinformation bubble. Demanding $500 billion in minerals is, quote, not a serious conversation. I won't sell my country. And says Donald Trump is, quote, help Putin. Now, I'm not going to, oh man, for as much as I want to erupt on this, I just told you I'm going to try to not get emotional and be passionate, but not emotional, and treat this like a spreadsheet, okay? Who's a +1, who's a -1? Folks, this guy is becoming a -1 very quickly. He is unrealistic with what he wants. Candidly, so is Vladimir Putin. He was not a good guy, Putin. Don't get me into the good guy, bad guy. I want to know what's possible. I'm not reading, this isn't a McDonald's birthday party, okay? This is life or death. These are nuclear-armed countries we're dealing with. Us, Russia, some NATO members, they have nuclear weapons. This is not the Roman Empire where your war was face-to-face by sword and shield. This is ICBMs lobbed over oceans, destroying major cities. These are cataclysmic, world-ending events, world-ending, tautologically, axiomatically. If God forbid, that Rubicon, pun intended there, were to be crossed. This is no time for stupid, simple arguments. Zelensky is attacking Donald Trump, saying he's in a disinformation bubble. Well, let's address that first. And he's saying because Donald Trump is demanding some compensation in the form of rare earth minerals, he's calling him, basically indicating that he's helping Putin. If you're falling for this argument on Capitol Hill, please reconsider your line of work. This is the biggest, I hate the term win-win-win because it's stupid, but in this case, this is the win-win-win-win-win. Ukraine needs our military support money, correct? Can we all agree? Liberals, can you put down your rage and anger for a minute, stop peeing in your diaper and just admit, yes, Ukraine cannot win without our support. They can't. They simply don't have the financial capabilities. They don't have the gross military power and numbers. They need our weapons and support. Okay, point stipulated, thanks. Number two, the United States is in $30+ trillion of debt, and the public is rapidly losing patience with a war that seems to never end and the body bags piling up. Am I right? Okay, thank you. Point B stipulated. We need rare earth minerals. They're called rare earth minerals. Do you know why they're called rare earth minerals? Jim, any idea why they call them rare earth minerals?
Because they're rare.
With this guy, man, he's so smart. I can't believe how smart he is. So crazy. Because they're rare, meaning they're hard to find. Or else they'd be ubiquitous earth minerals, and they're not. They're rare. We need them. And they're hard to find because they're rare. Because we use them in military applications and really sophisticated things we need to stay alive so that we don't get dead from a Russian nuclear attack. Ukraine has them. Wow, sounds like that'd be a great deal. Tell you what, guys, we're going to help you and your military out, give you some of these rare earth minerals, and you're going to give us all this money you've already given us to support our military. Sounds like a win-win. No, Zelensky says this is not a serious conversation. I won't sell my country. Oh, you're selling your country. You just have no idea how you're doing it. Here's the kicker here, too. A lot of these rare earth minerals that have to be mined and extracted from the ground are in very sensitive areas that Russia has their eyes on. If the United States has a significant role in said mines and mining extraction areas, the Russians are going to really think twice about hitting that area, which benefits the Ukraine, which benefits the Ukrainian authorities over there and officials because it's on Ukrainian land. And they don't want Russians on Ukrainian land. Man, that sounds like a triple win. You're correct. It does. But who screws it up? Zelensky. So please, in the media, I bring this up because this morning, Donald Trump put out a tweet, on his Truth Social account, suggesting that Zelensky needs to go. And the media, of course, the diapers are wet, people needed wipies, they had to be changed. And Donald Trump just says what
Democrats and even swampy Republicans have known forever. He just says it out loud. We've given hundreds of billions of dollars. You're losing the war effort. You've got a little sliver of Russian territory, but the Russians have taken huge chunks of yours. People are dying. A lot of people are dying, not figuratively dying, or actually dying. There's no highway exit ramp from this war you propose that's realistic. And that there's going to have to be a change in this operational plan. And don't sell me this Pollyanna stuff. I don't want to hear what could be. I want to hear what is. You're not winning. Putin's not winning either. Because I told you there's no good guy, bad guy, who's the winner, who's the loser. This is one of those situations where this war, both sides are losing. The Russian economy is getting crushed. Folks, please trust me. I don't care what anybody tells you. The Russian economy is getting dinged up really bad. Really bad. A lot of their officials are sanctioned from traveling. You've got countries starting to join NATO, which is what Russia wanted, the opposite of that. Trump is now pressuring NATO to spend more money on defense. Putin doesn't want any of that. But Ukraine's getting crushed too. They're losing people. They're losing land. Their economy is in shambles. They're losing young people, which obviously, axiomatically, are their future. And Donald Trump is saying, you guys keep selling me this Little House on the Prairie like story, like everyone's going to just sit at the table and get what they want, like it was some child's birthday party. I told you this guy is a spreadsheets transactionalist, Donald Trump. You want to get emotional about Skeletor and He-Man and good guys and bad guys? Don't waste my time, because that's not the world we live in. That's the world liberals live in. It's called the utopia fallacy. Look it up. That's not the world we live in. We live in a world of really bad actors looking to do really bad things. And the only question is, what is the least bad solution to the bad actor problem? Notice I didn't say what's the good solution, because there are none. For him to sabotage this deal that Trump could have bought to the American people and said, hey, listen, I know we're 30 trillion in debt. The Ukrainians have agreed to help us out with this pool of rare earth minerals that are really hard to get. China's been foreclosing our access to their rare earths, and we need them. Donald Trump could have went out and sold that. Instead, Zelensky's got to screw it up again. Making matters worse, folks, Zelensky has never come clean about his role in the impeachment scandal. Ever. What does it have to do with this stuff? Folks, Donald Trump is obviously still upset about this, as he should be. How can you trust this guy when he let the country get thrown into turmoil over a phone call Donald Trump had with him, which he never clearly cleaned up and could have? More on this coming up next.
We all know just because gifts for loved ones can look like flowers, a spa day, or maybe even planning date night. But what about something that will truly last and protect your loved ones along the way? I'm talking about life insurance. I called SelectQuote to secure our coverage and couldn't believe how easy and affordable it was. I'm 40, and my $500,000 policy was only $16 a month. My husband's also 40, and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. And with their same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. With monthly payments less than the cost of a bouquet of flowers, this is the perfect time to make sure your family is protected.
Call Select Quote at 1-800-418-3366 or go to selectquote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-418-3366. 1-800-418-3366. Details on example rate at selectquote.com.
Around the going now, the road work is after Georgetown Pike southbound on 495 before the toll road, the right lane is taken away. So not causing too much of a delay right now at all. Also on the outer loop, delay free into the work zone. That's after St. Barnabas Road before Route 5 Branch Avenue along the right. In Fairfax County, still looking at pretty decent delays both ways on the Fairfax County Parkway into the work zone near Pope's Head Road. Your southbound delay begins at Braddock Road as you stay to the right, and northbound the backup begins at Burke Center Parkway up to Pope's Head Road. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Working hard is worth it if you're seeing results. And when it comes to working out, the same thing is true. You want the maximum benefit in the time you have, and that's exactly what Tonal is built for. And with their latest iteration, Tonal 2, you can ensure your workout is more tailored and effective than ever. Tonal's at-home strength training system uses adaptive weight to learn from your movement and set the optimal weight for every move, adjusting in 1 pound increments up to 250 pounds, challenging even the most advanced users to push their limits.
You're only helping me by doing that. I hope you realize that. That only helps me by doing that. That's all that does.
Is a high-resolution camera that lets you see yourself during your workout, analyzes your movement, and provides real-time coaching, just like a personal trainer. Right now, Tonal is offering our listeners $200 off your Tonal.
You can't resist. You just can't resist.
200 for $200 off your purchase. That's Tonal.com, promo code Tonal200 for $200.
I don't believe you, Will Durant, because you won't come up on my panel, Durant. One time you did, Durant, you wanted to fucking piss and moan and try to lecture me. So come on up, Willie, because I'm never going to do it in your chat again. You want to mute me and shit. I'm not going to mute you. I want to fucking talk to you. But not really. I don't really want to talk to you. Yeah. You know, Will Durant, you go do your little thing. You make your little fucking shit going on. Like this is the first time Rusty fucking screams and hollers on a panel. That's all she fucking does. Then you got Rain. Oh, we like Rusty. Oh, we like Rusty. Why?
My identity stolen. It was hard.
And then Gotti, right? Will's the greatest. He's fucking friends with, he's sucking Rusty's ass. There's no bigger two-timer in these chats than Gotti. He's a two-timing humping fuck. He doesn't care who it is. He's got to have somebody to make fun of because he has nothing himself. He can't turn his camera on and talk about anything good about himself. What's he got? A bunch of Megadeth figurines. I remember the first time I checked this channel out. And he's like, this fucking guy, look at this shit.
A message from the National Police Association.
Megadeth or who the fuck band is he thinks the greatest.
Now, passers-by are more likely to take a video. There's a better use for your phone when an officer's in trouble. Call 911.
See, they're watching. You want another double barrel? Ah!
Start your video to provide evidence later. To learn more about how you can assist law enforcement, visit National.
I'm your content.
Bongino Golden Rule number 2. We think libs have bad ideas. Libs think.
If I'm not here. Rusty? Will Durant over there doing Rusty when he's right at
That's one of these. That's what
a bunch of suck fucks.
The segment about Zelensky, Ukraine, Donald Trump, Joe Biden.
Yeah, you're a sissy, Will Durant. You don't get no women. Like I said the other day, Alicia went to see Wiggin. So that means he's got the goods. But you can't get nobody to come see you.
You of the world. That it's full of good guys and bad guys who fit in these cute little boxes. Conservatives and Thomas Sowell.
You're on your mother's
incredible book, Conflict of Visions, which
Will Durant lives at his mother's house. She's not going to pay for StreamYard. So he just uses the 20-hour deal when he goes live. He has several accounts. Right? Going to the same destination. she's not going to pay for StreamYard, and he's not going to pay for it either. Right, Willie Durant? You live in your mother's house. You're on your mother's internet. That's not even your internet. You don't even pay for that shit. Your mother doesn't make you pay shit. She's still changing your fucking diapers. You want to talk about Rusty screaming on a fucking panel? You have to be quiet. Your mother's in the background. You're disturbing the kids. Look at you. Ain't no woman want anybody like you. And then you're friends with Ziggy and ZT. You guys have to work together. You can't break up as a team. You can't. You're not an individual. Who the fuck is Eric? Your fucking wrench had me blocked on both my accounts. Those were two different accounts I come in there with, and Eric had me blocked on both. Ever who Eric is. Huh? Will Durant, you sneaky bastard.
This high-quality knife is a seamless blend of style and function. It's the perfect tool for around the house or on the go. Order your free Trump knife for a small shipping and handling fee at TrumpKnife47.com. Etched with Trump, make America great again. It's a daily reminder of your patriotic pride. Celebrate President Trump. Celebrate.
I made Will Durant go live. Because Rusty trolls me too. Her and Petros and that whole fucking crew over there. JT, Gotti. Gotti's the first one to hide his identity and post that yet. I know what these fuckers do. You ain't fooling me, Gotti. You know that. That's why you blocked me. You guys blocked me because you can't keep up. You guys blocked me because I know more than you do.
After Georgetown Pike southbound on 495 before the toll.
Yeah, Rain, you got your start at my chat. You opened the chat and then you said, "Oh, I'm not gonna." You come here crying because somebody was, being mean to you or whatever. Then you want to say that was all set up. No, I think it really got to you. Because Charlie is a goofy fuck. That's why I call him Queerlito.
To the right and northbound, the backup begins at Brook Center Parkway.
If anybody likes to attack the women, it's him.
Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Right, Charlie? Charlie won't come here now. I wonder why. Finally got to him. That's what you get for trolling me. Community. Only when I go into Vegas. Then I just ignore your dumb ass. Tiffany and you exchanging pictures. She's not going to give them away for free. You're going to have to pay for them. I want to see. I bet you she's got stretch marks in her thighs and her bikini line. Sure she does. Her fucking ass looks like cottage cheese. She has to wear spandex. Those things, they're not, they're a sagging fucking venue right there. Them fucking things. And she looks like a boy in the face. You do. You look like a boy, Tiffany. You actually look like Randy's twin. You do. You look like Randy. I think my whole life is to sit here and figure out who's who. It doesn't take long to figure out, and if I don't know who it is, I don't know who it is. It's that simple.
Defeated to get that title as best dad ever. You're enjoying the Rich Eisen Show podcast. Follow and listen on your favorite platform. Time for his next. No, he can't sleep on his stomach. Baby could always sleep on the back. Safety is too quick.
You're the fucking crybabies in that Vegas chat. Unfucking believable. You guys are so fucked up.
For more information, visit safetosleep.nicehd.nih.gov, sponsored by the Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Human Development.
Green light. Hey girl, school's up. I'm getting hungry. Pizza, stop sign. Intersection clear. Yeah, street. Pizza sounds good. Baldwin Street? Green Street.
It's hard to concentrate on two things at once, like texting and driving. Stop the text, stop the Rex. How will you stop texting and driving? Tell us at stoprex.org. Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Former U.S. Navy SEAL Sean Ryan captures real stories about sacrifice and strength.
That motivates a lot of people, just me. I think that they were about to die. This Russian stress comes over because now it's time. All of a sudden, I'm saying, what is let us reveal the truth of ourselves. That's it.
The Sean Ryan Show. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Hey, big congratulations to our friend Laura Trump, whose new show on Fox. I'm just seeing this now starting Saturday at 9 p.m. Jim, we know a little something about that spot. A lot of viewers on Saturday night at 9 p.m. We were in that spot for a little bit. Saturday at 9 and 10, and she's going to be great. So congratulations to her. And another interesting media notes, they just put out a few research about influencers and where people get their political information, and we were right up there at the top. So we appreciate you listening, you guys. You guys mean a lot to us. There wasn't any clear consensus, but it was me, Shapiro, Tucker, Rogan, couple. So thanks a lot, guys. I just want you to know, that really means a lot to me. But getting that back to what matters, folks. I hope that opening segment didn't disturb too many people. Again, I know when you're on the radio, many of you listen because you're expecting me to tie up a thought or idea. You know, what's the outcome? What's this going to look like? Give us a prediction. Who's the good guy? Who's the bad guy? And what I'm telling you with the Ukraine situation, which is entirely unsatisfying, and I recognize that, is there are good and bad people doing good and bad things on both sides. And if you're trying to see this through the lens of the modern liberal that sees everything as angels and demons, you're going to make poor policy decisions. In other words, and this isn't just, by the way, just so we're clear, this isn't just Democrats or liberals. There are old school national security hawk Republicans who are absolutely convinced that we should start flushing money into Ukraine endlessly in a pipeline. I'm not telling you they want corruption or zero accountability with them. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm just saying to you they're willing to accept it to keep the pipeline of money going. I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not, because there are people in Ukraine, lawmakers, who had a not insignificant role in attacks on our democracy. So I want to know where the money's going. No. Yes. Folks, the Russia collusion hoax for the 10,000 show, maybe. I'm not sure people understand this. Started in Ukraine. Ukrainians started that. Not the people, some lawmakers, small group of people. It's not meant to stigmatize the whole country. Ukrainian lawmakers were very disturbed by the idea of a Donald Trump presidency that would shake up the international status quo. So much so, they invented this product, fake product, called the Black Ledger. Look it up while I'm on the air. I'll give you time. It's going to be a good, solid 15-minute plus segment. Look up Paul Manafort, Black Ledger. It was a ledger of payments allegedly made from these pro-Russia types, follow me, to Paul Manafort. Why does that matter? Because Paul Manafort was later hired by the Trump team as campaign manager, senior campaign advisor. This is back in the 2015, 2016 campaigns. That is where the whole thing started.
There's 1,000 angles to the collusion hoax we're not going to get into today. I've written books about it. You're free to check them out. I'm not going to waste your time. But Donald Trump understands that the Ukrainians had a heavy role, some of small but not insignificant group, in attacking our democracy. And he's very concerned about that corruption filtering back here. It doesn't mean Putin's a good guy. But let's be realistic about what happened. Well, what's the interesting story in a tragic way about this black ledger? Folks, the ledger of alleged payments to Manafort was fake. Somebody in Ukraine set the Trump team up in conjunction with Democrats in the United States. Making matters worse, far worse, the second big hoax, the impeachment hoax, where liberals and media clowns alleged that Donald Trump, on a phone call with, yes, Zelensky, you heard it. They alleged that on this phone call with Zelensky, Donald Trump engaged in an illegal impeachment-worthy quid pro quo, where he asked Zelensky, hey, what's going on with this Biden family over there? And wanted the information in exchange for weapons. Of course, none of that's true. We actually have the transcript of the call. He actually gave them more and more significant weapons than the Obama team did. But then, you know, that's the truth doesn't matter to goofy libs. That's why I laugh at these idiots. The transcript came out and showed no such thing happened. Then we find out that the whistleblower was working with Biden on the Ukraine book, that someone, the whistleblower, passed the information book and hadn't been offered significant defense positions in Ukraine. This is serious corruption. That's what Donald Trump was asking about. Why does that matter now? You want to understand the full spectrum of what's going on? Why Donald Trump feels this way about Ukraine, accountability, and off-ramp to this war, and where's our money going? Because he's been the victim of people in Ukraine getting him not only impeached, but starting the collusion hoax. That happened. That's not disputable. You can say, fair enough. It doesn't matter, Dan. The Ukrainians, that doesn't matter. The Ukrainians didn't deserve to get invaded by Putin. I agree. But don't say what I said isn't true. You know it's true. Zelensky 100% knew when Donald Trump was getting impeached over his phone call with him, what was said on the phone call. Any idea why, Jim, Zelensky knows what happened on the phone call? Any idea?
Because he was on the phone call?
Because he was on the phone call. It's like asking Jim. Jim, you have any idea what we spoke about on the phone last night? I spoke with you on the phone. Is this a trick question? Zelensky knew the whole time. Zelensky did close to nothing to stop it. You see why Donald Trump is so furious with the people running Ukraine? In his head, he has to be thinking, if you're not serious enough to clear up what could have turned into a massive geopolitical conflict between us and the Russians and destabilization of our government via impeachment, with just the simple truth of what happened on a phone call, how can we trust you with $100 billion more money? How do you got to agree with it? It's true. And do you want to understand it or not? Zelensky knew the phone call was not in any way a quid pro quo. He knew the information Donald Trump was seeking about Biden and their corrupt activities was real and corrupt. And instead of outing it so the media could do some homework and would have been forced into a corner, Zelensky basically stayed quiet about it. Still to this day. Folks, I'm going to play this for you again. Cut to you. This is Joe Biden on the phone as vice president with the former president of Ukraine, Petro Poroshenko. He was the president from 14 to 19, 2014 to right before Zelensky. Poroshenko, Zelensky, like Biden, Trump, right? But Biden's the vice president. You already know the story. Biden's son is making a boatload of money in Ukraine along with a bunch of other swamp rats. You already know that story. Biden is so concerned about a prosecutor uncovering what they're doing over there, taking a bunch of money out of this natural gas company and flushing it through the Biden family, that he forces out a prosecutor looking into it. and then is dumb enough to talk about it on the phone with the president and say, hey, man, I'm happy to engage in this loan guarantee now. This is all recorded with the prior president. Zelensky knows about all of this. To clear this up tomorrow, he just doesn't want to. Do you understand why Trump is so suspicious of this guy's intentions? You don't have to agree with it. This isn't a monarchy. But you do have to understand that if you're going to comment on it. He doesn't trust the guy because he's been untrustworthy. Here's the call that still to this day, nobody's explained away. Check this out.
Congratulations on installing the security channel. Critical bringing work. My word. When is Zelensky and the Ukrainian government going to come clean with the American people about this? They were partners to this deal. You just heard the prior Ukrainian president, Poroshenko, and Zelensky knows all of it. You heard him on tape at the New York Post for that, by the way. On tape, recorded. I know the accent is thick, but he's basically saying, hey, this prosecutor you want fired looking into your son, we don't really have anything on it. That's what he's saying now. He says specially, he means specifically. That I specially told him that he basically has to step aside, although we found no, and he emphasizes no evidence of corruption. Trump then calls and asks about this. Hey, did you guys basically fire a prosecutor looking into our former vice president's case? It's kind of a big deal for a functioning national security arrangement between the two countries. And what did they impeach Trump over it? And what did Zelensky do? They basically let it happen. That's what they did. Yeah, good point. Cricket. It does not mean the Ukrainian people deserve what's happened. The Russians have been clearly the aggressor. Putin is an evil demon. He is not our friend. Spent a lot of time in Russia. The people were very nice to me. My dealings with the government were not pleasant there at all. I did 2 little tours over there. It was not enjoyable. Everybody there, you have to keep you need your head on a swivel like Reagan from The Exorcist. You do. Everybody's watching. Everybody. And petty stuff would happen over there all the time. We had some agent who happened to be black, and there's a lot, like anywhere else in the world, a lot of racism over there. So we went over there on a mission. The agent comes back to his room. There's, let's just say, a little gift in his bathroom. Disgusting. Yeah, it happened. I was there. Wasn't an accident either. Hey, Putin's not the good guy. But don't give me stupid, childlike explanations about why we should give $100 billion to Zelensky, who's now attacking Donald Trump because he's simply asking to be repaid by rare earth minerals we need for defense weapons he wants, and the only other option is to get them from China. We could mine them here, but left-wing groups keep suing. Yeah, that's what's happening. And Zelensky's attacking Donald Trump. I won't sell my country. No, you're not going to have a country left. What are you talking about? No one's asking you to sell your country. We're asking you for minerals we need for weapons and technology equipment so we can in turn pass some of them on to you so you can defend yourself. Donald Trump's the bad guy here? After you guys sat back in the Ukrainian government and let him get impeached over a corruption scandal you guys were part of? Hey, man, I'm sorry, but this is the real world. And there are really bad things going on, and some really bad actors have done some bad things. And, you know, if you just would have not opened your mouth and attacked Donald Trump, talking about Zelensky, about these rare earth minerals,
Donald Trump could have made a compelling case, even if probably a lot of people want nothing to do with this Ukraine war. He could have said, listen, we're going to give them this amount of weapons because it's in our interest for Putin not to take this area. However, here's what they're going to do for us. You know, these fancy satellite systems, these fancy technology we have, they all require rare earth minerals. You liberals don't want to mine it here. You keep suing us. So we're going to get some from Zelensky in a nice exchange of they did for us and we do. I'll bet even some hardcore anti-Ukraine folks be like, well, all right, we're not sending any troops, so that maybe makes sense. And we get some economic boost from the purchase of some of the weapons or something. And no, they don't want to do any of that. Oh, Zelensky good, Putin bad, Trump evil, right? We're not doing that on this show. And in making matters even worse, to add to this unbelievable story, is that tape of that call I just played for you of Biden unquestionably acting corruptly with the former Ukrainian president, Poroshenko. The tape was passed to Rudy Giuliani. And instead of the media going, oh my gosh, we've got this tape of the vice president making this corrupt deal, what did they do, Jim, to Giuliani? They charged him and tried to throw him in jail for doing the media's job. Folks, like I said, I don't care if you buy the book. I'm not interested in money. I am interested in you reading this stuff. I wrote a book called Follow the Money. It is my proudest piece of work. Just read the opening chapter about Ukraine. I don't have time on the show today to fit in the Soros piece, the FBI piece, the Kalaniak piece, the whistleblower piece, but the chapter's about 20 pages or so. It'll explain to you everything that's going on. And you'll see why Trump is deeply suspicious of an endless money train to Ukraine. More coming up next. We'll be right back.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE. School absences are often due to the absence of necessary resources. But when Communities in Schools is present, students are connected to the support they need to show up ready to learn. Visit communitiesinschools.org. Being present matters.
Mic drop. Hosted by former Navy SEAL Mike Ridley. It's raw.
I've been shot at, blown up, you name it.
It's unfiltered.
You know, you go to the sound of the gun. It's weird. I mean, I've had so many near-death experiences.
It's tough talk from the top minds in their field.
What if the units took a guy out back and shot him? Bam, you're gone. I would choose to do what Farmer do. That's what I chose, and it's what I would choose again. I don't want you guys to cut any of this. Just leave them raw.
Mic drop. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Why did I wait so long to see a retina specialist?
Retinal disease can steal your eyesight, but it doesn't have to. Patients who seek care from a retina specialist have the best chance of preventing vision loss due to age-related macular degeneration or diabetic retinopathy. AMD symptoms to look out for are distortion or warping of straight lines, as well as blurred or loss of central vision. Patients with diabetic retinopathy should seek treatment if they notice the appearance of spots or floaters or blurred and distorted vision. Visit seeforalifetime.org.
Green light. Hey girl, school zone. I'm getting hungry. Car changing lanes. You want to meet me for pizza? Stop sign. Intersection clear. Yeah, street. Pizza sounds good. Ballin Street? Girlin Street!
It's hard to concentrate on two things at once, like texting and driving. Stop the text, stop the wrecks. How will you stop texting and driving? Tell us at stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
As a young adult at this point in your life, you probably have a lot of questions. Like, what's next? What does my future hold? The thing is, there's no right answer, only your answer. Your friendships, experiences, and purpose. It's all your choice. So what will you choose? As you make choices about the future, the military can be a resource for information to help bring a fulfilling path into focus. A public service message from the Department of Defense. To learn more, visit todaysmilitary.com.
Imagine the hospital experience. There's a constant parade of serious doctors, countless tests, and a serious diagnosis. Scary surgeries are followed by painful recoveries. You're in the hospital for days, weeks, months. Now imagine you're a child. This is why Starlight exists. Starlight programs help kids in the hospital cope, build resilience, bolster confidence, and change their outlook, because happiness matters. Visit starlight.org to learn more.
When your business information is missing or inconsistent across the internet, search engines won't find you, and customers won't either. Help ensure customers see you and not your competitors. Boost your findability. Cumulusboost.com. CUMULUS boost.com. WMAL.
Looking at the news upside down. The Dan Bongino Show.
I promise you, in the most solemn and serious and candid manner possible, you have my absolute word. I am never going to treat you like the liberal media treats their audience, like children, and try to pretend that I know people's motives and who the good guys and the bad guys are. My job here is to give you the facts about what's happening. Throw an opinion in there once in a while, hopefully one, but based on data and receipts, not some misinformed one. And let you kind of make your own calculations about what's going on. Zelensky, good guy. Russia, bad people. That's not the real world. That's not what's going on. There are good people doing bad things, bad people doing good things, mediocre people doing nothing. Some EU countries standing back and complaining while we're being threatened. Are you going to bump your NATO spending? Not so much. More on this coming up next. While we won this election, the fight to restore this great nation is only beginning. Now's the time to take a stand. Patriot Mobile is leading the charge. As America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, Patriot Mobile offers a way to vote with your wallet without compromising on quality or convenience. Patriot Mobile isn't just about providing exceptional cell phone service. It's a call to action to defend our rights and our freedoms. With Patriot Mobile, you'll get outstanding nationwide coverage because they operate on all three major networks. You have cell phone service today, you can get cell phone service with Patriot Mobile with a coverage guarantee. The difference is every dollar you spend with Patriot Mobile supports a company that believes in the First and Second Amendments, the sanctity of life, and our veteran and first responder heroes. Switching is easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Their 100% U.S.-based customer support team will help you find the perfect plan. So right now, go to patriotmobile.com/Dan or call 972-PATRIOT and get a free month of service with promo code Dan. Switch to Patriot Mobile today and defend freedom with every call and text you make. Visit patriotmobile.com/Dan. That's patriotmobile.com/Dan or call 972-PATRIOT. And to kind of echo and double down on my last point, treating the audience like the adults and smart, rational, logic-using, reasonable people they are, obviously has paid dividends for the show. I hope you enjoy being here. I love being here talking to you guys on Facebook and Rumble and through the calls. But it also involves, there has to be some common set of facts where we agree that these are in fact facts. Facts like today is Wednesday. If we can't agree on that, there's no debating that tomorrow is Thursday because you still can't settle on today being Wednesday. I'm going to try next. I'm going to tell you something I told you last week that the left is starting to recognize. But second, I'm going to debunk a new left-wing talking point. If you have any left-wing friends left and kicking around a barbecue, Department of Justice cutting a deal with the mayor. They can't do that. That's never happened. Really? Coming up.
YouTube personality Betty Johnson has cracked the code on a new era of newsmaking.
Very controversial, very strong opinions. People who speaks truth, fearlessly, breaking for nobody.
It's a new cultural landscape.
We're not trying to politicize this. People are primed now, and forgive me, dude, it is what it is. Here's what's going on in your country, bro.
The Benny Show.
Yeah, right. If this is something that you needed to put a little pep in your step. Huh? Yeah.
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Illuminating the issues. There's a whole lot missing here in the story, isn't there?
Why are we the only ones reporting here? News Talk 105.9. Sense of the news.
Bright Focus Foundation's Alzheimer's Disease Research Program is paving the way for a cure. Learn about symptoms, diagnosis, and breakthrough research at brightfocus.org or call us at 1-855-345-6237 for free resources.
Every day, the men and women of the United States Marine Corps stand ready to defend the American way of life. With you, the proud, the Marines.
Mic drop. Hosted by former Navy SEAL Mike Ridley. It's raw.
I've been shot at, blown up, you name it.
It's unfiltered.
You know, you go to the sound of the gun. It's clear. I mean, I've had so many near-death experiences.
It's tough talk from the top minds in their field.
What if the units took a guy out back and shot him? Bam, you're gone. I would choose to do what farm I do. That's what I chose, and it's what I would choose again. I don't think that's to cut any of this. Just leave them wrong.
Mic drop. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
A Better Life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
You probably know that smell is the scent that serves as the best trigger for memories. Smelling a familiar scent from your childhood can instantly transport you to a memorable place or a moment in time. And according to a new study out of China, it happens even more quickly than we previously thought. In a single sniff, the human sense of smell can distinguish odors within a fraction of a second, working at a level of sensitivity that is on par with how our brains perceive color. Humans can even discern between various sequences of order. For example, distinguishing a sequence of A before B or the opposite from sequence B before A in just 60 milliseconds. For comparison, the duration of a blink of an eye is 180 milliseconds. Our sense of smell is far more precise and sophisticated than you probably realized. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
Woodbridge, Washington, a Cuban media station, making sense of the news. Now.
WMAL News at 1, I'm Heather Curtis. Democrats on the Hill blasting Republicans for considering cutting billions from Medicaid in their proposed budgets. Senator Tammy Baldwin.
The Republican Party is united in their drive to cut Medicaid and rip health care from millions of seniors, disabled Americans, children, and so many more.
Speaker Mike Johnson also wants to add work requirements, saying that's common sense. But about 92% of Medicaid enrollees are already working, according to the Kaiser Family Foundation. And Medicaid cuts could be extra problematic for Maryland, which is already working to close its own $3 billion budget gap.
We know that Medicaid has been a driver of some of our challenges in the state. Additional cuts to Medicaid or additional cost shifts will have an absolutely devastating impact on the state of Maryland.
With that on the Republican radar and subsequent cost spikes nearing $1 billion, Senate President Bill Ferguson has to account for that while still trying to help provide it as a benefit, balance a budget plus Westmore.
And breaks our distinct reliance on Washington.
Those avenues include investing growing jobs for life sciences, IT, aerospace, and defense. Scotland on WMAL and WMAL.com.
DOJ's cuts to NIH draw scientists and politicians to rally outside HHS headquarters in the district today. This man's a cancer researcher at NIH and says scientists were fired on Friday and Saturday night. An HHS spokesperson says the cuts are to ensure the agency better serves Americans at the highest and most efficient standard.
Consider the medications you rely on for diabetes, heart disease, or cancer. These were developed in large part due to NIH and NIH-funded researchers. Is destroying years of progress into research really serving the American people?
Fairfax County is launching a new website to help newly laid off federal workers find jobs.
Some 90,000 job openings are available across Northern Virginia, according to Victor Hoskins, head of the Fairfax County Economic Authority, especially former feds with security clearance.
As a matter of fact, it's probably of the highest value in this market, even on the private sector side.
Hoskins telling 7 News the website workinnorthernvirginia.com also offers mental and financial resources plus resume updates.
Someone says, in my job, I help track, tanks and munitions, as opposed to I work in logistics.
Barbara Britt, WMAL and WMAL.com.
The people who stand to get rich by selling their homes for the Prince William Digital Gateway might go broke first.
Since the land for those homes is now zoned for data center use, Prince William County has billed those properties at data center rates. One homeowner saw his bill go from $2,600 for 6 months to $728,000 a year. A bill in Richmond aimed at giving those homeowners a massive tax break has died in committee. 2 groups of homeowners are now challenging the rezonings in court. The data center developers say they won't buy those properties until the legal challenges for the project are over. John Matthews on WMAL and WMAL.com.
Checking your money at this hour, the Dow's down 157 points, the Nasdaq off 2. Traffic and weather next on WMAL.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. Don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather-appointed seats are available features.
Attention taxpayers. The IRS is intensifying collections in 2025. If you owe $10,000 or more or have unfiled tax returns, it's time to take action. Tax Network USA's experienced lawyers have saved clients over $1 billion. They're ready to negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Don't risk wage garnishment, property seizure, or losing your home. Call 1-800-278-9000 today. Get the help you need at 1-800-278-9000 or visit tnusa.com.
Here's Steve from the Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
95 northbound looking better right now as you get up toward the Fairfax County Parkway. The roadwork that was there was cleared up, so everything's open, and the delays eased up pretty nicely. On the Fairfax County Parkway, though, it's still extremely slow both ways. Construction is north and southbound on the Fairfax County Parkway at Pope's Head Road. Southbound, the left lane is closed and delays from Braddock Road. Northbound is also the left lane blocked, and that has you slow up from Burke Center Parkway. Beltway Outer Loop after Georgetown Pike, the right lane is closed for the usual roadwork there. Just a very brief delay. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Storm Watch 7 forecast. 95.
Mostly cloudy skies with light snow and flurries for the remainder of the afternoon, especially the farther south you go, using the district as your center point. Mid-20s to lower 30s. A coating of snow is possible inside and around the Beltway tomorrow morning into early afternoon. Highs near 30. We're dry on Friday, 35 to 40. I'm 7 News meteorologist Steve Rudin in the First Alert Weather Center.
24 degrees in Washington. Heather Curtis on News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
105.9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app. Dan Bongino. From the NYPD to the Secret Service to behind the microphone, taking the fight to the radical left and the putrid strong. You're listening to the Dan Bongino Show. Here is Dan Bongino.
I say often, I don't know how many times we're going to have to do this because I don't, because we keep having to do it despite the fact that we're answering the media's questions before them, but they keep asking the same question. You know what it reminds me of? Jim, you got daughters, right? Remember when you were kids in the back? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? We're not there. We're not there. We will be there in 4 hours. Are we there yet? You just there 4 hours. Here's the media. I don't understand Donald Trump. The position of Ukraine. I've explained this to you probably 30 or 40 times in the last 2 weeks. How many times are you going to ask the same questions? let me give you some, in case you're tuning in. Forget sometimes it's radio, you might jump in your car. So forgive me. Donald Trump put out a Truth Social post this morning, basically pressuring Zelensky, saying, listen, man, it's time to hold elections, tell us where the damn money is, and you better basically find a roadmap to end this thing. And the media, as predicted, and by the way, not just liberal media, I even saw a Fox guy do it, and they're entitled to their opinion, said, well, this is music to Putin's ears. Again, with the simplistic good guy, bad guy approach. Donald Trump, for the 10,000th time, does this all the time. He is a spreadsheets guy. He is a transactional guy. Does this make... My audience is going to get sick of this. I'm sorry. I don't want to torture you guys with this. I really don't. But we're on in Washington, D.C. It's one of our biggest markets, WMAL. And I'm praying they're listening. He does not get knee-deep in piles of emotion. He is a New York City builder who's been told every sob story known to humankind. He's had to deal with the mob. He's had to deal with New York City unions who are tough. My brother's in one. They are tough. They know exactly how to bargain. He has had to deal with corrupt New York City politicians. He's had everybody from every party, political party on planet Earth knocking on his door for political donations for freaking 50 years. This is a guy, love him or hate him, who has been involved in high-level negotiations as a president, a real estate developer, a billionaire who's won some and lost some, an airline magnate. He's owned a sports team. The guy has been involved in negotiating in just about every single space on planet Earth. He does not want to, I don't mean this as a negative. I'm not even trying to be crude. He doesn't want to hear an emotional sob story if it doesn't have punctuation at the end of the sentence. If you're asking him a question, ask it. If you're making a declarative statement, declare it. If you're making it emphatically, put an exclamation point. He just wants a solution. And you're, again, feigning ignorance. Donald Trump's Truth Social post this morning. Give us an answer to this crisis because it impacts us. Because, Jim, what did we bring up in the first hour? For those out there, again, with the simplistic view of the world, not my listeners, but some people may have casually tuned in who just want a good guy, bad guy story, like this is a comic book from D.C. and we're 9 years old. Jim, Russia has these weapons. It starts with an N. Do you know what those things are called? And they
Nuclear.
And they're bad, right? Like they do really bad.
They're very bad.
They can hurt a lot of people, correct?
Hundreds of thousands.
I got to check, which because I'm trying to. But Russia has those, but they're bad. Oh, okay, Vladimir Putin's bad. I understand that. I get it. This isn't a Jason Bourne movie. I get it. Vladimir Putin is not our friend. You win. Stop arguing now. What are you going to do about it? It reminded me growing up, right? We had this kid up the block. His name was Dan. I'll leave his last name out of it, obviously. We became friends later, but he was a real, traditional bully. And when I was a kid, I didn't know how to fight. I grew up on Long Island until I was about 7 years old. And Long Island was kind of a really peaceful place. And, the city was a little rougher at the time. So when I got to the city and my parents divorced, long story short, I wasn't the toughest kid around. And this guy, Dan, up the block, one time I ran into him and he throws me on the ground and gets in a UFC mount and starts pounding him and really hurt. And then busted me up a lot. Bad guy, right? But he's still on top of you kicking your ass. What are you going to do about it? So I had to go learn to fight and defend myself. It's not some tough guy speech. You had to learn how to do that stuff or you would get your ass kicked. But he was bad. I get it, bro. He's bad. He has nuclear weapons. What's your solution? To attack Donald Trump for saying to Zelensky, I don't have an easy answer for you, brother. We've given you hundreds of billions of dollars. We've given you time.
It's, what is it, 3-4 years into this? I'm like losing track of it. I was on Fox when this thing broke out. I've been away from Fox for 2 years. He's asking a simple question. Do you have a plan here? Or is your plan to just get ground and pounded into the ground and say he's a bad guy? That's not a plan. It's an assertion. What Donald Trump is doing right now, as a transactional spreadsheets guy who does not want to hear stories, he wants answers, is he's effectively, I love Auburn basketball, right? He's effectively putting a shot clock on everyone. He's like, listen, you got to shoot the ball. You got 30 seconds. Shoot the damn ball. He's putting the shot clock on all of the parties that really matter. There are a lot of parties that have a role in this, okay? But I would say there are 4 significant parties that matter more than any, outside of us, obviously, in the United States. You've obviously got Ukraine. You've got Russia. You've got the European Union. And the 4th party is NATO. The North Atlantic Treaty, which obviously involves a lot of different players involved in this mutual defense pact. He has put a shot clock on all of them and said, I am not going to risk a pathway to nuclear war. I am not going to risk hundreds of billions of dollars of U.S. resources with very little accountability. And I'm not going to do it unless the parties at the table give me an answer and quick. And if you don't give me an answer quick, I'm going to use my megaphone to create an answer. And it's an answer you're not going to like. So let me put the cherry on top of this. Let me explain to liberal media types, again, what I discussed yesterday on the radio show. Jim, I need you to memorize this for easy answers when we do this back and forth. The Trump doctrine. What is it? The Trump doctrine is this. Fix it, or Big Daddy's going to fix it for you. Damn, that doesn't sound like some sophisticated white paper. It doesn't need to be. I've seen 1,000 sophisticated white papers on how to end the war from think tanks. And you know what's still going on, Jim? The war. In the same stalemate we've been in for 4 years now. Forget it. The same stalemate we've been in for 30 years in Ukraine and Russia. He said he's not interested in your white papers anymore. He's saying, I was voted in by the American people in a swing state unanimous election. We won every one of them. I am not interested in sending a pile of money into a meat grinder because you're telling me who good and bad people are, like this is some kind of, again, Jason Bourne movie. I want an outcome. Show me the spreadsheet. And you're attacking him for it. Yeah, I don't like, what's your take on it? I don't like his language. He's a meanie. Folks, I don't really care about the language. I'm not telling you how to think. Again, this isn't a monarchy. The show is an exchange of ideas. You have yours, I have mine. We're not going to agree on everything. Fair enough. You wish he was a little more diplomatic on True Social, fine. Whatever. You're entitled to. I personally don't care. I'm from the same area of the world Donald Trump is, Queens, New York. Everybody talks like this. It's just how it's done. But you need to understand who Donald Trump is. He's a guy who has lived in the world of spreadsheets. I am building a building. Here is the shot clock. I need the damn building up in 6 months. Can you do it or not? He's not interested in, I got to deal with the unions. I got to deal with it. Then deal with it. Well, if we deal with the mob and the unions, it may not be. I didn't ask you if it's going to be pretty or ugly. I told you to deal with it and build me the damn building in 6 months. He doesn't want to hear your sob stories. Well, we got to deal with the mob and they're bad guys. I get it. I didn't ask you that. Build the freaking building. Don't give me a lecture about the mob being bad. Do we have to deal with it or not? Unions, I don't know, man. They may be trying to shake us down. Deal with it. It's the real world. But they're bad guys. How are they bad guys? They're building your building. You get how Donald Trump doesn't deal with this world of good guys and bad guys. He deals with the world on the margin where everybody's a gray guy. You ever see that movie, The Gray Man? But the CIA guy, it's actually not bad. I stumbled across it the other day. Boy. Except they had a torture scene. I'm not even saying this. Whenever I see it, involves fingers, I'm out right now. I don't make this phone. I can't do it. Donald Trump understands the world is full of gray men. Good guys do bad things. Bad guys do good things. Donald Trump is saying, what is best for the people who elected me? Number one, end this damn thing. I'm putting the shot clock on it. Number two, if we're going to give you money, which we have, then you better damn well account for where it's going, because some of this money in the past that has been going over from international institutions into Ukraine has been used to attack our democracy. The collusion hoax started in Ukraine. The impeachment hoax started with a call with Ukraine. You understand why Donald Trump's a little bit skeptical of an endless pile of money going into a system that's opaque, that may be used to attack us again? You argue all you want, man. What I'm telling you is true. And don't dare sit here and stare me in the face as some liberal or old school Republican tell me I'm crazy. I wrote 2 books on the damn thing that's footnoted using liberal media resources so I can never be accused of bias. That hoax started over there. And funding a lot of it were international institutions flushing money into what has been an endless geographic crisis about portions of eastern Ukraine that Russia thinks they want. You telling me, well, that's bad. They want it, it's not theirs. I agree, bro. What are you going to do about it? What's your solution? Well, we're going to nuke Russia? There you go. Thank you. Obviously, I'm speaking hyperbolically. I don't want to, because they have nuclear weapons isn't an excuse either for those on the other end of it to do absolutely nothing. We have an interest in what happens in Ukraine. We do. No, it's not okay to invade and take people's land, but the answers aren't simple. And I'm really getting pissed off all this childlike media coverage. Oh man, you're right in Putin's pocket. You're a Putin. Everything you say, you're Putin's puppet. Really? You ever actually been to Russia? Because I have. And I've dealt with a lot of crap over there. You have no idea. A lot of crap that we're still going to be dealing with. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, the guy's a bad guy. He's no friend of ours. But what's your solution to that? Tweeting about it endlessly? Just keep giving money. Putin's a bad guy. You want to stop the body bags problem? No, I don't really care about that. Just Putin's a bad guy. I know you said that on Twitter. What are you going to write a white paper next? What are you going to do? Are you going to put on another symposium? Are you going to lecture us all? Conservatives who are like, hey, is there an inroad to this Ukraine? Putin's puppet. Do you have anything else to say? Do you have anything else of substance to say at all but to attack us? And no, we're not just asking questions. We're asking questions. Those are not the same thing. I know what you're doing. You guys are just making stupid arguments under the guise of asking questions. No, I'm asking a real question. Why hasn't Zelensky come clean about the Russia hoax and the impeachment hoax, given that he knows the genesis of both of those things? Why? We're Ukraine. Why? That's a real question. You have an answer? Smart ass? Oh, you don't.
Wesley Financial Group is not an offer.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-581-1414. That's 800-581-1414. Wesley Financial Group.
I have
the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
Oh, it's awful, huh?
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we go.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Family Rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking men. Billed monthly.
Dan Bongino.
Attention taxpayers. The IRS is intensifying collections in 2025. If you owe $10,000 or more or have unfiled tax returns, it's time to take action. Tax Network USA's experienced lawyers have saved clients over $1 billion. They're ready to negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Don't risk wage charges, the property seizure, or losing your home. Call 1-800-278-9000 today. Get the help you need at 1-800-278-9000 or visit tnusa.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing, but another. Don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof and massaging leather-appointed seats are available features.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund, so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Fingers Home Innovators. But right now, millions of kids don't have the supplies they need. Donut Shoes is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. Learn more at donutshoes.org.
As a young adult at this point in your life, you probably have a lot of questions. Like, what's next? What does my future hold? The thing is, there's no right answer, only your answer. Your friendships, experiences, and purpose. It's all your choice. So what will you choose? As you make choices about the future, the military can be a resource for information to help bring a fulfilling path into focus. A public service message from the Department of Defense. To learn more, visit todaysmilitary.com.
Making sense of it. Yeah.
So these videos of tackling him, because this is what happens when you're a Republican.
Let's plan. Weekdays, 9 to noon.
Yeah, our news video.
Really? News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news. Your phone, a lot about it. But how many of them help you make sense of your world? The new WMAL app gives you the latest headlines, voices you trust, and weather info to keep you in the know. All without having to remember yet another password. Yeah. Use your favorite show. Get the day's headline. That's it. Our podcast archive. All with the new WMAL app. Thank you. Get the WMAL app today on Google Play or the Apple App Store. Stay connected.
Win tickets to the Capitol Remodel and Garden Show, February 21st through 23rd at the Dulles Expo Center. Visit WMAL.com/contests.
America, land of the free, home of the Dan Bongino Show.
Folks, again, on this Zelensky Ukraine thing, I'm going to tie it up here because I do have I'll spit it out. The volume of information coming at us. I haven't used sure so much winning. There's a lot to cover. But I would be remiss if I didn't address this one last time. I'm going to get to it in a second because he really, really screwed up. I mean, he's made some huge mistakes. This one, tactically, politically, was a disaster. Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. What about those captured before your smartphone? What about those memories tucked away in these aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading film? These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, water, moisture, and mold. But fear not, do what I do. There's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Legacy Box is a simple and safe solution for digitizing all your memories. By going to legacybox.com/DanB, you can enjoy 50% off just for my listeners when you get started with Legacy Box today. I had some old wedding photos, long story, but they were getting all kind of messy and moldy in my attic in Florida. We put them on a DVD and a thumb drive. Now we have it. Process is easy. Send in your legacy box filled with those old VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, and pictures. They will professionally digitize everything by hand right here in the USA. Get it back on the cloud or a thumb drive along with the original. Don't let your childhood memories fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize and future-proof those priceless ones. Fast forward into the digital age with Legacy Box. Do it today. Go to legacybox.com/DanB today and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/DanB. Going to leave it here. Why I've been hot on the Ukraine, Zelensky, Trump, EU, NATO rhetoric. Zelensky today attacking Donald Trump and basically claiming that he's in the disinformation bubble. These are quotes, by the way, and that he's alluding to the fact that he's helping Putin is probably the single biggest public relations Ukrainian military disaster you've ever seen. Talk about biting the hand that's feeding. That's just dumb. I have no other way to describe it. But another angle of this is the rare earth minerals was such a win-win. Ukraine has rare earth minerals. They're worth a lot of money. We're giving Ukraine a lot of money. Those minerals are used to build weapons. Some of the weapons we've given you. This was the easiest win of all time. What does Zelensky say? Oh, that's not a serious conversation. I want to my country. Really? You're going to lose your country. It's not for Trump's support.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
There is accident activity on the outer loop beltway at the George Washington Parkway. That blocks a right lane and traffic is jammed up from the Clara Barton Parkway. And also watch out for road work on the outer loop between St. Barnabas Road and Branch Avenue, which takes up the right lane. So traffic is slow there as well. In Dale City, there is a crash on Cardinal Drive just east of Waterway Drive. And in Prince George's County, watch out for the crash on Maryland 450 at the Baltimore Washington Parkway. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Storm Watch 7 forecast.
Tonight, mostly cloudy, flurries and light snow, minor accumulations south of D.C., lows in the 20s. Tomorrow, light snow, perhaps a coating inside the Beltway, highs in the lower 30s.
Clarity and context for a complex world.
Be far more thorough and specific than ever before.
News Talk 105.9. Making sense of the news.
Bright Focus Foundation's Alzheimer's Disease Research Program is paving the way for a cure. Learn about symptoms, diagnosis, and breakthrough research at brightfocus.org or call us at 1-855-345-6237 for free resources.
Why did I wait so long to see a retina specialist?
Retinal disease can steal your eyesight, but it doesn't have to. Patients who seek care from a retina specialist have the best chance of preventing vision loss due to age-related macular degeneration or diabetic retinopathy. AMD symptoms to look out for are distortion or warping of straight lines, as well as blurred or loss of central vision. Patients with diabetic retinopathy should seek treatment if they notice the appearance of spots or floaters or blurred and distorted vision. Visit seeforalifetime.org.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. You can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align. Because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org.
Your phone has a lot of apps, but how many of them help you make sense of your world? The new WMAL app gives you the latest headline, perspective from the voices you trust, and weather info to keep you in the know, all without having to remember yet another password.
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
Read your favorite shows, get the day's top headlines, access our podcast archive, or with the new WMAL app.
Thank you.
Get the WMAL app today on Google Play or the Apple App Store and stay connected.
How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST, F, face drooping, A, arm weakness, S, speech difficulty, T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
School absences are often due to the absence of necessary resources. But when Communities in Schools is present, students are connected to the support they need to show up ready to learn. Visit communitiesandschools.org. Being present matters.
We're the stronger than we look type. I've had type 1 diabetes since I was 2. The braver than you think type.
I have to take insulin shots every single day.
The type that will stop at nothing.
No more blood sugar tests.
Absolutely nothing.
No more complications.
Until type 1 becomes type none.
Support JDRF's life-changing research, and one day you'll say, I helped turn type 1 into type none. Join us now at jdrf.org.
WMAL, making sense of education, because what's happening in your kid's school matters. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Any questions? Call 8444 the USA to get the answers. 844-484-3872. The Dan Bongino Show.
Thank you for all the feedback on that segment. It was longer than I intended, just being straight with you. The segment on the podcast about Ukraine, what's going on, Zelensky's latest salvo with Donald Trump, which was a mistake, was only about 20 minutes. But I'm just so passionate about leaving behind the old ways of doing anything and following this new, I believe, more effective Trump doctrine, which is show me the results, stop telling me the story. Someone just sent me a thing, don't tell me about the contraction, show me the baby, said someone told him that in the military. That's what Trump is like. That is the Trump doctrine. And I, for one, appreciate it. You don't have to. You may say, hey, we love the Truman doctrine, the Bush doctrine of international policy, the Nixon doctrine. Well, okay, fine. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm just asking you to back it up with, has it ever worked? Because clearly this approach of just loudly claiming, hey, we're about democracy around the world. Okay, well, what if we're supporting democracies that hate us? Have you ever thought about that? I mean, this is insane, but Hamas in the Gaza Strip that would love to kill us claims they were democratically elected in. And they may very well have been. He said, we support them too? These are just talking points. They're just talking points. And I'm tired of it. Fix this thing. The Trump doctrine is fix it or Big Daddy's going to fix it for you. And that's it. If you have an alternate plan, let us all know. I'm serious. I'm open to it. You know something I don't know? You've got some special off-ramp for this war going on over there? Other than tweeting at me that, Poop's a bad guy. Oh, great. Okay, fantastic. You have a solution? Listen, I don't live in the world of talking points, okay? I live in the real world. The liberals do that. And ladies and gentlemen, everything they tell you is a fraud. The original version of this show, if you go back and, I don't know if you're bored one day, but you won't be. You all live busy lives. But one day you're sitting around if you can go back and find, I think they're on SoundCloud, my original podcasts from 2015, a trip to listen to. They're totally different than they are now. The show, we didn't even have a video show back then. Forget that. It was all audio. But the original design of the Dan Bongino show that later became the radio show when we lost Rush Limbaugh all too soon was to give you material to go and debate with your leftist friends. And one of the reasons why I did that is because that's what I was always looking for. I would be at when I left my last job to run for office as an agent, and I became very political in my life. Obviously, I was running for office. There was nothing I hated more than losing an argument. And I would get on Facebook and on Twitter, and I still get it now, people say, Dan, can you debunk this for me? So it's one of the reasons when I did my Fox show later, we did that segment called The Rebuttal, where we would ask Democrats to come on and debate me on the show. The segment was such a success, we couldn't find Democrats anymore. That's what, if you ever wonder why that segment went from like once every 2 weeks to once a month and once never, it's because we could never find Democrats to come back on, because they would always lose the argument. So the original version of the podcast was to give you in an hour the material you need to argue against leftists. But what I found was that if that's all I did, it made for a really boring show. If that's all I did. I mean it, because it's just too easy. And it's not me trying to be a braggart or an ego. It's not that we have special skills. I mean what I'm saying. It is too easy. Because nothing liberals tell you about any issue of substance is actually true. And when I say it's too easy, I mean it's so easy that if you just go in and you want to know a cool trick? Just do this. Even on left-wing search engines, this works, by the way. You have to scroll. Whatever liberals tell you, if you just put the word hoax or myth at the end, you'll find that they're lying about it. In other words, the rich don't pay their fair share, put in quotes, and it put hoax, and you'll see 500 or 600 Republicans. You're going to have to scroll a little bit because they put the lefty stuff first, but you will find hundreds of articles using actual data showing that that's completely made up. That's how easy it is. It's not hard. So I thought the show would just be boring if I just did that. So we started incorporating investigative work, and it worked out, whatever. And here, we're here now with you. And we love it. But I never lost that. So the other day, I was applying the Bongino rule to this story because I wanted to get all the information on it. I see the story come out about the Donald Trump Department of Justice working out a deal with Democrat New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who was under investigation. And I'm thinking to myself, surely the Democrats are not going to make a huge deal about this story because, number one, it's a story about an allegedly corrupt Democrat, right, Jim? I mean, the Democrat mayor of New York is a Democrat because he's the Democrat mayor. So I'm like, the Democrat media people, I said the same thing twice, are surely not going to make a big deal out of the story because the story here is about, again, an allegedly corrupt Democrat and a Trump Justice Department working with a person of the opposite party to achieve a common goal in a Justice Department deal that happens, frankly, all the time. And of course, the crazy, deranged Democrats who cannot stop anything that reflects even remotely positive on the Trump administration. It doesn't matter. They will attack it. It's a reflexive knee patella tendon, hammer to the knee thing. They will reflexively respond with a stupid talking point you can debunk within seconds. How to fire back and say, this is a quid pro quo. An illicit, immoral, potentially illegal outrage. I cannot believe the Justice Department, Jim, as my mother-in-law Miriam says, I cannot believe the Justice Department has done. Jim, you are not a federal law enforcement officer, correct? Correct. Now, you have been in the media space for a long time. Can you believe the Justice Department has never, ever done this before? Cut a deal? Can you believe it? Never. It's the first time. Yeah. After calling me out last time, Tiffany, I was ready to fire her immediately. I'm so mad. She's our trusted companion. You just redeemed yourself. That is so not real. It is the mother of mother that's not real. The Justice Department has never cut a deal before. It's liberal media people. I know you're all pretty stupid. I get that. But do you understand that there are levels of stupid? There's like sticking a fork in an electric out. That's just pretty stupid. Like really stupid. And then there's stupid like, jaywalking and you get nicked by a car. Like you probably shouldn't have done that, but people jaywalk all the time. This has got to be in a 1 to 10 scale, a 9.6 out of stupid. Although we could have said 96 out of 100. I can't believe you're actually running with this. The Justice Department doesn't cut deals when there's some common goal. So just to be clear, the Justice Department and the FBI, they had a role in prosecuting this guy in New York. Jim, you ever heard of him, John Gotti? You remember John Gotti?
I do.
Who was
he? He was the mob boss of all of New York.
A mob boss. So the mob, like criminal enterprise. So the Justice Department wanted to prosecute John Gotti. Jim and I know the story well because if you grew up in New York, John Gotti was ubiquitous. He was always on the front page of the paper. The Teflon Don, they called him because he beat a few cases. The Justice Department, in order to get John Gotti, they did this crazy thing, which, Jim, I was just told by liberal media people with the Eric Adams case, has never happened before. Which is weird because Jim and I remember that there was a deal cut with this guy called Sammy.
Works every time, Colin. Every time it works.
Jim, So, Jim, you know about Sammy the Bull. How do you know about Sammy the Bull? While you're wolfing down some food.
I read about him.
That's so crazy, right? Jim actually.
What's the matter, Colin? Is there a problem, Colin? You got a problem?
Well, because he was the enforcer for the crime family, who had admitted to some crime.
Colin, what's your problem?
But the Justice Department did this thing I was told never happened. They cut a deal where they said, hey, if you give us testimony in this case.
Was I mean to your friend JC or something, or what? Are you here to defend JC, Colin? Colin, are you making videos, Colin? Come on up, Colin. If you want to come up, say yeah on my site chat.
Never happened. Jim, cue up for me. Cut 4. This is why I tell you, folks. This is why I don't do a show exclusively on debunking liberal stupidity, because it is legit this easy. I'm going to play for you. This is, again, real audio. It's not Jim on the dark web, silly stuff. This is real. This is Obama in 2012. Here's Obama, Democrat icon, small g, god of the left. He's like the Zeus on the Mount Olympus of liberal progressive communists. Here's Obama in a press conference talking about a Department of Justice deal with those evil banks they hate, where the deal was, we'll forgive all the stuff you did as long as you give us a bunch of money for our left-wing cause. He was bragging about it, but we were just told this stuff never happens. Check this out.
Under the terms of this settlement, America's biggest banks that were rescued by taxpayer dollars, will be required to right these wrongs. And that means more than just paying a fee. These banks will put billions of dollars towards relief for families across the nation. They'll provide refinancing for borrowers that are stuck in high interest rate mortgages. They'll reduce loans for families who owe more on their homes than they're worth. And they will deliver some measure of justice for families that have already been victims of abusive practices.
The hell is that crap, Jim? I heard that. Did you make that up? I was told that never happened. That was the guy. He was like the president or something. Obama, I'm pretty sure. I actually worked. I remember seeing him like in person. It's like an actual job I had. They were like, protect this guy. I'm like, who is he? Like, he's the president, man. You're like with the Secret Service. We protect the president. I'm like, really? That's who that guy is? I actually saw him. He's real. He's like a real guy. It's not like a simulation. But that's weird. He's the president bragging about a Justice Department deal where they were like, hey, we're going to let this stuff go as long as you do something political for us, give us money for our left-wingers. But I was told that never happened. Here's the difference. Obama's Justice Department targeted a lot of these places for questionable, at best, quote, crimes, if you know what I mean. And then engaged in deals that were really suspicious, where a lot of this money was flushed into left-wing organizations that made its way back to the Democrats. Trump's doing no such thing. Tom Homan, the Trump administration, and his Department of Justice has gone to the New York City mayor, who's a Democrat for the 1,000th time, and said, listen, we don't think this is the greatest case against you. It's not the worst case, but it's not the best case. But we have a mutual interest. Our interest here is not corrupt. Our interest here is to get a bunch of illegal gang members out of New York City, and we need your help. Gosh, it's a quid pro quo. You mean like the one Obama just, you mean this, like that one? Or deals that are cut every single day by federal agents with really bad people who agree to exchange information in exchange for leniency? It sounds like it's called a deal. There's even a name for what they sign. It's called a cooperation agreement. Now, the media idiots who've never been federal agents in their life, I did that for like 10 years plus. You get letters to the judge indicating the amount of cooperation, because in cooperation agreements, there's a deal that's actually signed. They even have a thing called a proffer agreement. Oh my gosh, they do?
This is why I sit and wait right here. What I have right now is absolute gold. And this fucker's got me blocked on 3 different accounts, so I ain't been able to take a screenshot. I'm not using my other phones at all. I'm using 2 phones in the computer, and that's it. This particular phone, I did every single one of them. I couldn't get the screenshot thing downloaded on this cheap Android. So I use it for my spy phone. So there's an account on here I've had since I bought the fucking thing. You can't see it because I don't post with it. And it's like being incognito. Better, actually. Because when you're incognito, you can't tap to make any comments because you're incognito. You do it the other, if you see something somebody's saying, you can stop it and copy it on your typewriter, taking notes. Very good at taking notes and keeping mental notes. Now, rum is back. Here's the truth. I make Rusty laugh. I make Siberian Gal Pal laugh. I make JC laugh. I've made VB laugh. She don't know what to fucking do. I got her all squirreled up. Don't I, VB? You want a fucking piece of this, don't you, VB? La Raza! There it is, right there. Because the 90-year-old women laugh at Billy's jokes. He thinks he is funny. They only laugh because they are scared of him. They're not. JC's not scared of me. They're not scared. Rusty definitely isn't scared of me. On the contrary, Rum, they all want me. Dumb fuck. Right there, that's gold right there. I could shut down and go on vacation for 3 weeks right now. Come back and you'll fucking still be crying, Rum. There you are, you fucktard. I told you I was going to get you. It's just a matter of time waiting, and there it is right there. So there's the problem. That's what Wiggins is mad at, because the women find me funny and he doesn't like it. Right, Wiggin? Because rum is in your back pocket, you fucker. That's exactly how you treat me. Go up and be a gentleman, and then you want to do shit and fight with her and all that. Way you brought your Chad up, and then All right, and then and then your little girlfriend sitting there all this time, fucking going along with you, acting like a fucking seal. Yep, can I have another fish? Oh, $100 bill, thank you. Chat, by the way, Vegas chat. I did Will Durant. Fucking, I don't know what their problem is. I think they do it just to talk because, I mean, look at Patrick Rowe. That fucker can barely get out of his chair just to get a beer or take a piss. Can't even ride his chopper to the fucking bar. What fucking good is it? The fuck would you brag about something you can't even drive? So there you are, Rum. I make the 90-year-old women in here laugh. Well, it stands to reason if I make them laugh, if half of those women are married, and when I say married, I mean two people in a relationship. All right, you don't have to be married. I guarantee you their husbands are laughing also. He's fucking such a retard, Rum. Retard Rum. That's your fucking name right there. Retard Rum. They won't let you use the word retard in here. You have to fucking divvy it up somehow. I'm going to end this on that note. Okay? All right, I'm at 4 hours and 49 minutes. I want to listen to the rest of this, and I got things I got to do. Hopefully, the fucking weather will break. Oh, it sucks outside. So anybody want to come up here and fucking got a word or something, come on up before I leave in a couple minutes. Made Will Durant go live. He wants to say that I fucking whatever to. No, Will Durant. No. Will Durant, I'm senior to you. You don't respect your mother. Well, I'm not your mother. And I'm not your father, you fucker. That's what I don't like about you. You're an ignorant little bastard because your mother let you get away with it because you didn't really have a fucking father. Your mother was a stripper. All right, fine. She worked at the street. You got mother's probably nice looking. All right, you watched a few guys tap her as you're growing up, and that's why you behave the way you do, Will Durant. There, put that in your fucking pipe and smoke it. Anybody want to come up? There's a link. Because I'm leaving soon. Days are squawking. Oh, little Willie didn't feel like talking. Oh, you didn't feel like talking, Willie. Come on, Willie. How many times you throw Wolfie up in my fucking face? You dumb fuck. You fucking. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's hump day, by the way. Hey, Wolfie, are you humping today? Will sits there alone, no woman touching his pud, and you got all the pussy. Wolfie, I love you. I'm not saying that just to troll. You good people, I appreciate it. Fuck you, Wiggin. Fucking touch hole. I'll be back.